Okay, so first Hearthstone Classic Tournament on EU. This is what the bracket looks like. This is a conquest format, okay? So everyone's coming in. It's going to be a best of 3. They're bringing 4 decks. You're going to be able to ban 1 deck from your opponent. It sounds like in this first match between Zocker and Freaks, Rogue is what's being banned on both sides. Big surprise. And if you win, you cannot play that deck again. So, let's get started. As soon as they're ready to go, we're going to jump in, spectate the match. Spectate, lovely. And I'll get my ugly face out of the way here. So, let's see, what do we got? Okay, we got Paladin. Paladin for Zocker. Freaks running the Shaman. Now let's get everything ready here. Everything nice and prepared. Zocker running Paladin. So it's open deck lists as well, which is worth noting. Because it's open deck lists, these people, they know who they're playing it, or exactly what cards they're playing against. So, here we go. These are the lists. These are the lists that we're working with. 0 wins for each of them to start. And Freaks here. Opening up with Argent Squire turn 1, which is great. Turn 2 Totem. Never too bad if you're playing Shaman. Very common turn 2 play. But let's take a look at these decks. Now, I've briefly looked at them while I'm setting everything up here. Freaks has got some unusual choices, right? Sun Fury Protectors, kind of interesting in this little mid-range list. Excited to see how that goes. A single Amani Berserker, which you sometimes see. 1 Lava Burst. A lot of times when you see these 1 of cards, it means the list is very refined. Now he's got a bit of a choice as to how he wants to deal with this Silver Hand Recruit of Zocker. I think that's going to be the right choice. Roll the Totem before trading off the Searing, because you'd hate to roll it again, and preserve the bubble. But Zocker just going to take this real patiently. And him as well. Yeah, I guess you'd call this more of a mid-range list here. Really not that much on the high end. I gotta think that this matchup is kind of anyone's game. I wouldn't say that there's an obvious favorite here. Okay, so 4 mana. It was looking like maybe he was going to coin out that Drake. That was kind of the plan. But he can also play this slow. Get out a True Silver. He's probably going to want to milk more value out of this Consecrate here.
What would Uther do?
Right, Shaman likes to go wide. He's got a good idea, seeing that Argus, that this is in fact some kind of mid-range deck. Because of that, I think he knows, yeah, Consecrate's going to get a lot more value later. Alright, so taking out Spell Power Totem. Probably a wise choice. Obviously, he doesn't know that the second Defender of Argus is sitting there in Freak's hand. But if he was going to pop that bubble, buff it at a Consecrate range, could be a big issue. I will see. I gotta think the obvious play here is Drake. Like, Drake gets countered by True Silver, but when you've got that Argent Squire bubble taunt just sitting there, it's not going to be easy for Zocker to get through. And a lot of burst sitting in Freaks' hand. Like, looking at this setup, I would immediately think, well, Zocker's got a lot of time. You don't have to worry too much about, yeah, establishing a board. You can go ahead and maybe hit this bubble. You know, no issues here, but I think he's about to be surprised by just how much burst is sitting here waiting for him. Now, it's not uncommon, obviously, to see like Doomhammer with Rock Biters, Alakir as well. There's always that Wind Fury burst potential. Once you're at 6 mana, that's where you can start to push 10 damage. So It's certainly got to be on the back of his mind. But Freaks here now has the option of throwing out this Fire Elemental. Taking out the Aldor, it looks like that's maybe what he was hovering over. But I'm guessing he's trying to take into account, well, what if he's going to get hit with an Equality Consecrate? Something like that. Is it too much to rush out onto the board? And he might even be considering sending that 3 damage to face just because of the amount of burst he's sitting on. Yeah, I really like this play. Preserving the bubble is just so huge here. Oof. And without an equality, it's going to be very, very tough for Zakr to come back in this. Even if he uses Humility on the Fire Elemental here, he's staring 6 damage in the face. Let's see what the Kodo hits. Not sure it wasn't better to wait on that just to try to snipe this 2-2, but what are we looking at? 5, 8, 11, 14 burst damage from hand. Oh, actually more because we're sitting on spell power here. So 14, 17 from hand. Looks like game 1 is going to go to Freaks here. Yeah, it's a tournament. First game. Got to make sure to double check your counting here. Now, I'm pretty confident we can change this to 0 to a 1 here. There we go. No misclicks, anything like that. Alright, game 1 to Freaks. So that means Freaks not going to be able to play the same Shaman deck. Now, let's see. He's going to catch up on what's going on in Discord here. Again, first time that we're having any sort of community tournament, so we might have a few last minute changes, stuff happening on the fly. So I just want to make sure everybody's kind of on the same page here. Okay, so Druid versus Paladin here. Alright, let's update this thing. Druid, so Freaks with this Druid. Let's take a look at the list. Double Ancient of War. Pretty interesting. Heavy on the taunts. Double Sunwalker, double Ancient of War. Obviously, Druid with the Claw can taunt. Senjins can taunt. Still running Yetis. Yeah, nothing on the low end. Nothing on the low end with like Farseers or Golems. But holy crap. Is this a good opening? I don't even know if you can really prepare for that. Double Wild Growth with Innervate. You've got an option to play something that's 4 mana. I mean, this is the dream if you're playing Druid. At least some kind of mitigation here from Zakr. And not an immediate turn 4 play, so it should give Zakr some time to come back into this. The Aldor, actually a great draw. Though he does get that 4 drive. He can curve out real nicely. 4, 5, 6 here. I think that Wild Growth is probably going to sit in Freak's hand for quite a while. But let's see. Alright, unsurprising. Gotta get out the Aldor, get some sort of board presence. Kodo's gonna be able to remove one of those things. But I think here we're really just looking at too many big bodies to deal with here from Freaks. No Black Knight from either player. I'm a little bit surprised to see that in some of these heavier lists. No Black Knight when I'm expecting a lot of Druid. Probably a lot of big taunts in the format. Interesting. So he's got the Pyro with the ability to take out a 4-1 if he wants to go ahead and heal. Also dies to Consecrate. I guess he's going to save the Kodo for something a bit bigger. Probably fine not to get maximum value off of that Holy Light either. Right, 14 is the magic number Druid's trying to get you to. So the difference between 27 and 30, often not a big deal. Druid will kind of swarm the board in many cases. Wow, we're seeing even more ramp. We got Wild Growth and Innervate in hand. Actually, not good at this time. Not even a reason to really Innervate out the Wild Growth because he's got nothing above 7. So probably either going to hold on to that Innervate for something like a Hero Power unless he's able to draw the full combo here. No. And then save the Wild Growth for draw later. Alright, so the Sunwalker going to stall things out a bit here. Now, very favorable trade from the Sinjin to hit the bubble. Alright, gonna throw the Yeti in instead of Hero Power with the Innervate. Kind of an interesting choice, because if you can secure that Yeti body behind 2 taunts, it always has the potential to do a lot in combination with Savage Roar. Okay, the other Sunwalker, very popular Sunwalker day here today. That's the thing with Druid. I mean, even with a hand that's, let's say, less than ideal, there's just so many good top decks here. Really high value targets. And like I said, because there's no Farseer, no Harvest Golem, probably the worst draw would be something like a Keeper. And even then, a Silencer 2 damage. Nothing to scoff at. Alright, no target for the Kodo anymore. Bit of an awkward hand. Nothing is going to get full value here. Nothing to hit with Harrison, obviously, in the whole deck. Guardian's not going to be able to heal that much. Well, Freaks is threatening 12. And he does have more heal in the Holy Light, so I'm not sure that he's that concerned with maximizing value from the heal here. Boy, and just another big solid body drawn into the hands of Freaks. Let's see what he decides to do, because Force of Nature got the ability to clear. Now, if he had a Savage Roar, it would even be tempting to send all that damage at his face, right? And here he can even Innervate out the Yeti. There's a lot that can happen. I think he's, yeah, going to decline to do it just for the threat of some sort of equality clear. He did see the 1 Pyromancer, but no Consecrate as of yet. And that's what Zakr's hoping to draw here. But whiffs entirely. Kind of out of desperation, yeah, going to have to Consecrate. Swing with the True Silver. Just praying that there's no combo coming his way. Gonna be able to use Holy Light later. Let's see. Starting at 10, 12, 13 damage if my math is correct. Of course, Savage Roar always a possibility off of the top. Agent of War instead. Gotta think that that's the play. Might actually want to save the Keeper for some kind of silence. I mean, we haven't seen Tyrion yet. But Freaks, I gotta say, it's just so far out ahead. Even here, he's really got, you know, no opportunity to draw. Oof. Anything is gonna help in clearing the board. Humility potentially next turn. You can get some value out of that Kodo.
Reporting for duty. played. Well played.
Alright, are you just trying to coordinate things for the next game? That's gonna be it. Big surprise, seeing a game end with Force of Nature, Savage Roar. Freaks taking the first best of 3 here. Alright, well, congrats to Freaks. We'll be moving on to the next game here. Let's just bring over the bracket. I believe they can do all their updates themselves. It's going to be Love Unlabeled versus Blind. So let's message the participants. Okay, we'll get everything secured. So, yeah, quick 2-0. Unfortunately, only got to see Paladin. Had a Zakra there. But that's alright. Plenty more games to go. Because we're doing every single one, we're going to try to get through every single game here on the cast. Well, maybe it's best if some of these go into a 2-0, so... let's just do a bit of updating here. Next participants, we got them hanging out in the menu. Oh, now we got spoilers in chat trying to message our next participants. Well, we'll see if we can avoid that going forward. Alright, so they're probably just doing bans right now, right? Each person getting a ban, one deck. It's all going through Carlado. So yeah, we'll see what they get. Alright, looks like they're doing battle. Let's spectate here, see what they're running. There's a chance I just might not figure out what these bans are, trying to get everything through. But probably a safe bet that that Rogue is going to be the ban if we don't hear from it. So, okay. Blind here. Running Warrior. Let's take a look at Blind's Warrior. Kind of cut off with the Execute and the Alex there. Standard control with some pretty weird choices. Maybe I shouldn't say standard. Love Unlabeled with the Warlock. Yeah, also not what you'd expect from Zoo. We got a Reg in Zoo, single Young Priestess. Ironbeak Owl, I kind of like. I think that's an interesting choice, especially for this tournament. But Blind, yeah, certainly some interesting choices. Chillwind Yeti, you don't often see here in Warrior. Ironbeak Owl, an uncommon choice, but I don't think it's a bad one. Yeah, just going to play it out early, which I think is reasonable. Probably going to get more value off of Whirlwind later. Just remove that 2 damage potential. But yeah, I find this list quite strange from Love Unlabeled. Not exactly sure what they're going for with Leper Gnomes, but no power overwhelming for that extra kind of burst. Feels like it's got like less board control elements, more face when I see that. But then I see there's a Reg on the high end, which I feel like is more for sniping big minions than it is for sending 8 damage to face. But we'll just have to see what this does in practice. Blind, though, Blind, though, cleaning up the board here. So far to discard their egg. Alright, well, Even though I think Reg can be quite good in this matchup, like I said, I do just have a hard time seeing exactly how it fits into the deck. Probably a good choice there. Very interesting. I guess, yeah, you just throw everything out, go ham, see what we're dealing with. No Brawl yet, and only a single copy in Blind's list. So it's really not that risky to go ahead and do it. Now let's see if he goes ahead and executes that taunt. He is going to. He's going to remove a lot of potential damage. Put him in a great spot. Opting to run out the Acolyte instead of the shield block. That's interesting. Yeah, Love's got the ability to make a trade here. Nice hit, leaving this Flame Imp at 1, though getting boosted back to 2. I gotta say, I think I like the shield block better the previous turn, because you get that immediate draw. Gives you more options for the following turn, but really doesn't seem to matter. Gonna be able to clear Love's entire board if he chooses. But does not. Gonna hang on to that Shield Slam for something bigger, I suppose. Thing is, if it does become, you know, a Doomguard in that situation, Shield Slam's not going to do you a lot of good because you're not going to be able to build that armor back up. Now, an interesting situation, because Blind didn't Shield Slam the previous turn, Baron Geddon, it's a lot more difficult to run out. Still, what he's going to opt to do, and being ahead on health here, 7 mana. Quite a good position here for Blind. Alright, there's the Brawl. Brawl does come late. But really, I think Blind's in such a good position. Funnily enough, this Mortal Coil might actually get some real value here against Baron Geddon. But yeah, just gonna send the damage. I would think you would run out the big game Hunter. No, that's a stupid thing. It dies to Baron Geddon. Yeah, let's delete that part of the VOD. Yeah, desperation draws here. Really.
The Sunwell.
Not looking to tap. I mean, a Gorehowl here is a game winner. Brawl's just good on this board. Slams immediately for the draw. Lethal over 2 turns with the axe, though Blind can deny a tap next turn. Very good chance that that's enough to secure the win. Yeah, and it looks like I could do a Mortal Coil draw off of his own Golem, but just opts to commit to Honorable Sudoku here. So, Blind taking the first victory. 1-0, not going to be able to play that Warrior again. So we'll see what's coming next here. So Blind has Hunter, Warlock, and Druid. Looking at this list, did not hear what the ban was. I gotta think it's Druid. No Druid ban. Interesting.
I will fight to protect the wild.
We'll pretend like that was cool. Alright, but Miracle. Wow, very, very interesting here. So, taking a look over at Love's list, Miracle. Let's see, does he have any kind of interesting choices? No, seems like pretty standard Miracle here. He is running 2 saps, which is going to be preferable against Druid. But blind here, yeah, running more of a token variant to his Druid, so interested to see where this goes. Having chatted with him a little bit before the tournament, you know, we talked about what kinds of decks he might be bringing. He was, yeah, really in favor of token Druid here, and I think it's an interesting choice to bring to the tournament. Alright, so Rogue without coin, infinitely weaker in this position. But still really not facing that much pressure. I like this move, just play it slow, take out the bubble. We're working towards a Blade Flurry, potentially an SI, depending on if he wants to go ahead and Deadly Poison this following turn. Gonna get easy cleanup of the Squires. We keep her at the Grove just to push pressure. I think it's gonna be the right choice. I mean, Blind's sitting on combo here, if he can actually pull it off. And yeah, I think that's going to be Blind's game plan. Just kill the Miracle Rogue before the Miracle Rogue can get their wacky, wild combos off, right? Okay, just going to get the SI. Sitting on Blade Flurry. And an interesting position. Right, you obviously want Gadgetzan out with the ability to conceal immediately. But you don't always have that luxury. So now, with a Gadgetzan prep on 5, everything else being a bit more expensive. Let's see, yeah, just gonna go ahead and do it. Try to take over the board, and let's see. No more playable draws, gonna leave the Squire. Savage Roar does give the ability to clear this Gadgetzan. Which is exactly what Blind's going to do. Kind of an interesting choice, though. Because if Blind is trying to kill Love here, it's going to remove a lot of his burst potential. But of course, Druid, lots of solid bodies coming up. I don't hate the play by any means. Because as we see, I mean, we've got perfect information here looking at Love's hand. Would have been able to draw a lot more. I guess we're going to see a rag here on 6. Just wild, some of the things that Druid is able to pull off. Wow, with 8 to the face. Well, Reg certainly playing to that trying to kill the Miracle Rogue strategy. Now we're going to see a sap or a clear here with the Eviscerate. Having seen the Squires, Love's got a good idea that this is more of a token variant, which means saps are not as useful for things like taunts coming up, right? Actually looking at Blind's list. Oh, and he knows the list, right? Open deck lists, of course. Yeah, Druid of the Claw, I believe is the only taunt there in the deck. I think I'm going to forget that open deck list rule quite a bit. Not something I'm used to. Having the players know the deck that they're up against. But yeah, suddenly Blind here. Kind of being pushed back down to 18, threatening 9 already with Eviscerate in hand. Both the ability to clear minions and draw. I think Love is just putting himself into a winning position here. Tough to see how Blind could come back. Yeah, Conceal, pretty much going to secure it. Got to find a way to deal 15 damage basically in a single turn. If you don't have combo, you don't have Innervates, you're not going to be able to do it from 8 mana, no matter how helpful that reg is. But just for fun, let's see. How does reg do? D+. It hit something, but not all that useful. Alright, I guess just in case, gonna sap to get that bonus cold blood damage. I don't mind that. You know, gotta make sure that you've got lethal. Last thing you want to do is mess up on the math here. So, all right, gonna make it 1-1 here. Next win, it's gonna take it all. So no more miracle from Love here. But we'll see. Is Blind gonna stick with Druid? Probably one of the stronger decks that they've got. But yeah, just trying to look ahead here to the bracket. All right, we got no self-reporting going on. Oh, jeez. There we go. There we go. I can report the scores now from the previous round. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, things are moving along. Alright, Blind with his Warlock. Alright, the Warlock mirror. However, very different decks. So let's jump over and grab them. So Blind running this Handlock. Love running Zoo. Again, so we see Reg here. Now, maybe an opportunity to actually get Reg out in this matchup. Hellfire, probably the best card, right up there with Molten Giant when you're up against Zoo. And yeah, the fact that this is open deck lists really makes this an interesting matchup, because a lot of times on ladder, you can struggle in the mulligan phase here, right? Are you trying to draw Hellfires? Or look for those Hellfires, look for Moltens. Usually you assume Zoo, but on the other end, you can't really make an assumption about Handlock. Generally, you're just mulliganing for any kind of aggressive deck, and yeah, just knowing what's coming is going to be a big advantage. So getting out the Watcher, interesting move, especially with the Hellfire on 4. Going to injure his own Watcher or just Shadow Flame it here. So let's see what Blind's thinking. I gotta think it's a Shadow Flame play. It seems like Love is maybe considering trying to kill this thing. And we're gonna get 2 knives. Certainly makes it a whole lot more tempting. And I like that move. I think probably seeing through Blind's strategy, right? That there is that Shadow Flame potential. And with the Golem, Hellfire suddenly a lot less useful. So it's going to safely play the Farce here. You know, sitting on that Molten Giant. What is this? Faceless. Sometimes hard to see these upside down cards. But no Taunt activator for the Molten Giant. Alright, Hellfire going to do a lot of work here. Just leave him with the 2-1 Golem. And we're getting into that health range where Molten Giant suddenly going to become playable. Okay. Another Golem is going to be quite resilient to any kind of AoE. Opts to swing, which, not knowing Blind's hand, does give the ability to play Molten Giant Sun Fury, but unless Blind's going to opt to tap here, that can't happen. So, down the Shadow Flame. Quite like that, mitigates some damage. And really, Blind is okay in a situation like this, leaving a bit of damage on board, right? It puts Love in an interesting position where they've got to decide, are they going to put Blind into a position to play free Molten Giants? Or just kind of play safely, you know, maybe like tap, Defender, and pass, something like that. These Handlock matchups get quite involved. Yeah, you can see a lot of thought going into this turn. A lot more than what we've seen from every other play, right? This is the game. This is the decider here. I love seeing this much thought go into things. Yeah, the thing with the defender here is, regardless of the buffs, everything that's currently on the board has the potential to die to some kind of AoE. He knows there's a second Hellfire in the deck. He knows there's a second Shadow Flame. Mortal Coil also, quite a good draw here. Easily playable, gonna give Blind more options. Really hoping to hit just something to taunt that Molten. Unfortunately, just a little too expensive with the Argus. So again, this becomes health management. A Siphon Soul on the Flame Imp, I think, is a real possibility, right? Go up to 16, try to take a little bit more damage, but not die. Instead, just gonna get the Watcher. Interesting. So a smaller taunt. And boy, with that Ironbeak Owl, not ideal. Right? Silencing your own Ancient Watchers. It's a very strong play from Handlock in general. But I guess debating the Soulfires, the Soulfire coming at the Flame Imp, discarding one of the Siphon Souls would be just fine, but the Molten Giant, oof, could just be almost an auto loss, actually. Let's see. Actually, an exciting rope. Here we go. The Soulfire out. One Siphon Soul down. That's fine. That is just fine. Blind's got to be loving that. So yeah, the Ironbeak allowing Love to start pushing damage through to Blind's face. Only 3 cards in hand. How many in the deck? 17 in the deck. He's got to start calculating what are the probabilities. He's got Molten Giant. He's got some thing that he can taunt it with. But of course, silencing the Ancient Watcher, allowing it to attack. It's just not what you want to see. Now, we can Argus the Golem here. Probably along with Abusive. Yeah, just kill it. So I believe what he's opting to play... Oh, there it is. To play into is, you know what, if he's got another AoE, we see one Shadow Flame, we've seen one Hellfire, what are the chances he's got another? Well, if you top deck it, it's 100%, so. We see the Shadow Flame come down. Doomguard, though, also playable with the Owl. Gonna make this game a lot more interesting. Of course, a Siphon Soul left in Blind's hand to clean it up. But I'm sitting here waiting for this Rag, right? 17 cards in the deck. Decent ways through it. Opts to get rid of the Owl so he can tap. Wow. Getting into the other Doomguard. You gotta think Blind is feeling good. Suddenly he's gonna be feeling bad. Oh no. Oh no. Siphon Soul is the obvious play here. It's going to bring him up to 9. I gotta think... Oh, he's just got lethal. Yeah, obviously. Delete that part from the VOD as well. It's upside down cards. That's the problem. So Blind takes it. Wow. Wow, 2-0. Or 2-1 here. Incredible. Really well done. Alright, let's try to move on to the next match. I'm going to message these players here real quick. We got Dino and Pedice. Am I saying that right? Pedice? Okay. We got Dino. Dino. Ready. Pedice. I do not see... Oh, there we go. Send message. Ready. Oh my lord. Alright. We'll see. Hopefully we'll get these this next match all set up. Alright, we got blind. Moving on. Let's see. Dino hanging out. Alright. Okay, perfect. Both participants have been notified. I've been told of the ban. So Dino has banned Rogue. Petite is banned Shaman. Alright. Sounds like they're ready to go. Okay. Well, we'll just we'll sit patiently and wait. I don't want to take any break here in running through the tournament, but your boy here needs a bathroom break. Okay, it seems like we're just finalizing things. But we'll get into the game. I'll throw the decks up on screen. You guys will miss my lovely voice for just a minute or so. Alright, here we go. Dino, preparing. Options, let's go. Waiting for the spectator option. Okay, well, in the meantime, that's what we're looking at for the bracket. So Haskand, I believe on here. Gonna be going up against Freaks. We got Blind against Siveure. Hopefully we got that somewhat right. And yeah, and then of course our free buys, Deluxe, Matrix, and Piddox. I guess just really taking our time in selecting the decks. Understandable, the pressure is on everyone watching. 43 people at the moment. 43 absolutely lovely people here at the moment. But let's see, do we ever get a game to spectate here? Okay. Okay, for real, I think we're good. It is fun reading chat here with the 5-minute delay. People spotting lethal. Me not so much spotting lethal. People are used to that. You've been on the stream before. That's typical. You know, that's our stream character. We'll go with that. Right, well, I guess in the meantime, just to keep things somewhat interesting, let's take a look at what each of these players are actually running. Starting with Dino. Dino's got Druid, Hunter, Paladin, and Shaman. Of course, the Shaman banned at the moment. Yeah, still just waiting here. Petite. What do we got from Petite? Druid, Hunter, Rogue, and Shaman. So it's going to be Druid, Hunter, and Shaman. Alright, we're really trying to get these guys playing. If I was there physically, I would take their hands, put them on their mice, shove their face into the monitor. There we go. Spectate. Perfect. Apologies for the delay. Let's see. Okay, Druid versus Shaman. Let's get the other perspective here. I'll get these deck lists up, and then you can enjoy a quick reprieve while I take a bathroom break here. Alright, Druid from Dino here on the right. Petite running Shaman. There you go. Enjoy the mulligans, folks.
The light protects me. The light protects me.
Alright, we're back. What do we miss? Double Argent Squire, Power of the Wild. Okay, interesting. So double Hex in the hand of Petite here, which is not going to be great against this kind of token variant of Druid. Not as many high value targets. And the Black Knight, again, something that you'd normally be very happy with against a Druid opponent here. But only Druid of the Claws, and with these open deck lists, Dino's got the ability to just not taunt them up. Alright, really wanting this draw here off of the Wrath. Looks like he's gonna maybe trade the bubble off. Because Dino has the higher value bubble here with a 2/2 Squire. I guess worried that somehow he's gonna get his Squires wiped. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he's thinking there, because even with something like a Flame Tongue, I suppose you could trade it off into the other Squire. But then he's still got the bubble to make the trade later. He'd have to also clear it, so maybe an Earth Shock or something. But let's see. We've got Teacher and Drake as some decent bodies to put down. But certainly going to be looking at removing that Senjin as fast as possible. Going to put up a lot of resistance against what he's got on the board. I'm not sure Dino right now has the ability to play this too slowly. In the game, yeah. Yeah. A lot of thinking here. Honestly, the Drake play is not that bad. Right? On board, he doesn't have a great answer for it. Giving him the draw potentially gives him more options next turn. But he really does seem to just want to play it for this turn. And that's what he's going to opt to do. He doesn't really have a clean way of dealing with things. Maybe next turn with a Teacher Wrath, he's going to be able to build up a bit of a board. But not a good draw here from Pedice. This is having a Black Knight with probably no targets. Alright, so nothing on the board here for Dino suddenly. Going into 6 mana. The Teacher Wrath will be able to build something up if that's what he opts for. Alright, now let's see. Let's see going forward. Has Dino done his homework? If he's done his homework, this Druid of the Claw will almost certainly not be taunted. Of course, he could potentially need to take the risk to mitigate some damage, but he's sitting here at 29. That is basically a 4/4 charger. Now, I love this. I love Hex on the Teacher when you know that that's one of the higher value targets in the deck. That, a Lore, a Drake, a Druid of the Claw, they're all about comparable. This is where you love to have the taunt, the extra health on the Druid of the Claw, but it's just generally not going to be that good. That being said, you can charge it, or you can play the Drake, buff a few things with the Power of the Wild. Get that beefy Toad. It's just a question of, does he want to clear something this turn? One of these Spirit Wolves. I think that's what they're called, right? Yeah, Spirit Wolves. He's going to opt to just sit behind beefy Frog. Get the draw off of the Drake. Play for the longer game. I think both are good plays. Having the card going forward. Only 4 cards in the hand of Petite. That card advantage can go a long way. Alright, so he's done his homework. It's a charger. It's going to hit. Now, does he throw both of these in? No, so no respect here for the Lightning Storm. Now, fortunately, there is no Lightning Storm coming away at Dino, but boy, oh boy, that could have been a lot uglier. Now, again, in a position where he just doesn't have any sort of favorable trade. But here we are, going into 9 mana with a Force of Nature Savage Roar. And here in this matchup, I think the combo is going to be used a lot of times to clear the board. And I think Dino's just got to be happy with that. I like getting the Golem out here as opposed to hero powering down that Wolf. Dino has taken a pretty aggressive stance on each of his turns, though. Trying to clear as much of the board as possible. It's almost like he's playing around a lot of burst. Like if you'd see a Bloodlust or a lot of threat from Doomhammer Rockbiter, but there just really isn't that threat. And knowing the deck list, I'm not sure why he's so concerned. If he gets the Golem down now, it's also going to be great the following turn if he's going to Force of Nature Savage Roar, but no, again, it's just scared of these minions. And, boy, lots of options from Petite here. Fire Elemental, not going to get a ton of value, but honestly, this might be a good time to just run out the Black Knight. Probably one of the few times you can actually do it. But no, just doesn't want to leave anything on board, which is fine. Again, not bad. He does get the heal from the Healing Totem, so it's not like there's a hero power that can just clean up that Sen'jin. Don't mind that play at all. Alright, so with Force of Nature Savage Roar, I don't even think you opt to Savage Roar, do you? Force of Nature Hero Power, you can take out the Sen'jin and the Fire Elemental. He's able to take the damage now and be fine. Savage Roar just trades so unfavorably the way that the board is set up, right? Throwing what looks to be 8 damage into the Fire Elemental, and then maybe using a 4/2 to clean up the bubble from the Argent Squire. I think now that we've got, Force of Nature out, I think this is much smarter. Alright. Good news. It looks like future matches already getting set up here. You love to see it. Here we go. Alec here. Now, one Rockbiter is gone. So a little less to worry about from Dino. But this is a tough spot to be in. Lore for the draw. He doesn't have a lot of time. Lore for the health. Probably not going to do him a lot of good, but Innervate with a Keeper here. Quite a big deal, actually, mitigating the Wind Fury, as well as the Divine Shield and the Taunt. Just so many effects. And leaving a 3/5 body. Boy, and just in time with that Flame Tongue draw as well. Now let's see, yeah, I gotta think a Hex is coming on the 5/5. But beyond that, Flame Tongue has the ability to clear, but the Black Knight is just a solid body. If he's not playing it now, then when? Alright, but again, the heal from the Healing Totem. Gonna be pretty helpful. Now, no swipe to be able to punish the Alec here, so what is he gonna do? Staring at 8 damage right now. Silence is gonna remove 4. Double Golem to establish a bit of a board. Alright. Yeah, thankfully no Wind Fury on that Alec here. It's a very interesting spot. Savage Roar could get a lot of value here. But still, with that Healing Totem up, putting Alec here to 5 health at the end of this turn, you can see it just makes it a lot more difficult for Dino. Once again, he's got to use the hero power in combination with Savage Roar on a minion to be able to clear it. It does. It just feels like he played a little too aggressively at the start here. Okay, but Petite just playing the board control game, which is fair. Didn't see a swipe last turn. Playing this kind of mid-range Shaman, generally that's what you're going for. Just go wide. You really would. You need to see some kind of spell power swipe here to come back, and it's not going to be it, unfortunately. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Probably clearing Alec here. If he does use the Savage Roar, he can also clear the Squire. Alright. So 8 damage with the Rockbiter. Well, Manatide just going to keep this game going. It is still anyone's game, especially with the draw off of the Loot Hoarder. Right, we've seen one Force of Nature, but there's always a threat of another, so Petite has gotta play to clean some of this up. Alright, putting a lot of thought into this. Okay, so not gonna clear the Drake, it looks like. Either way, Dino's got the ability to kill off his Loot Hoarder. I think no matter how he trades, right, he's going to be able to get through the taunt, hit something. Alright, the Rockbiter clear. I like this a lot. Keep that Black Knight on the board. Pretty healthy. Healing Totem, probably the MVP of the game. Another Savage Roar. Okay. Wow, snap decision. So I'm guessing the Loot Hoarder goes into the Black Knight. Keeping Thalnos for a swipe could be a big deal, but the draw is very important at this point as well. Yeah, I don't mind running it out there. But Drake and Golem, again, able to start building the board back up. Really, a really good game. A lot of back and forth here. But we're guaranteed a taunt totem, right? No, we're searing. Could be searing. Alright, 50% to get that taunt. Not gonna get the other force of nature. I believe still a swipe in the deck as well, right? I think it was one swipe early on that Senjin. Certainly don't remember another. Now he could go for a draw off of the Thalnos here if he feels it necessary, and I really don't mind that. If he does play Savage Roar here, it gives him... It's going to take away a lot of his potential to burst Pedice down. I think Pedice does just outvalue him. But he can swing in here. Get the draw. I mean, this isn't terrible. It's really not terrible. Now that he's seen the Black Knight, he can taunt this Druid of the Claw. Great. Well, actually not a bad turn at all. Get the BGH down. Yeah, I believe there are no BGH targets unless something like a Flame Tongue is going to buff a Fire Elemental into range. But here's the Lightning Storm. Finally can't avoid a Lightning Storm forever. And I'm not sure what top decks. There's the swipe. At least he takes out the healing totem. MVP gone. But I gotta think this is the end to Dino. Slowly being whittled down. Not dead on board, but yeah, could even die to fatigue here at this rate. Some quick cleanup here. Alright, and then we'll just have to start looking for the next game here. Ancient Allure. Yeah, just a bit too late. I mean, it's a desperation draw whether you whether you draw, whether you heal. Yeah, the end is near. Alright, lethal has been found. Petite. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Takes game one. Up 1-0 on Dino. Alright, so Shaman down. Not going to be able to be played again. Let's see what's coming. Okay, Dino moving to Hunter, Petite to Druid. Now, I am happy to see this Hunter. I remember, talked with Dino a bit. Oh, and this Black Knight tech, I love it. Yeah, talked to him a bit before the tournament. But I've played this deck a lot. Like, look, I think this Black Knight was a really strong tech choice. I've always played this Control Hunter where this Black Knight would be, well, it depends, either a Harrison Jones or a Faceless, something like that. But in this tournament, if you're able to ban something, you're able to ban Miracle Rogue, Harrison loses a lot of value. You can turn that Black Knight, turn it into a Black Knight and really target Druid. Druid being not a bad matchup for Control Hunter, actually. I've played it a lot. I'm not sure who's favored, but it seems quite close. There's a couple ways to play the matchup. Stuff like Freezing Trap, very, very strong on a lot of these big bodies. Deadly Shot, obviously, if there's one thing on board, you're able to get tons and tons of value. And then, yeah, the Black Knight maybe just swings it in the favor of the Hunter. But you can also take this approach early on, which is kind of similar to what you see from a mid-range Hunter. Just get out, smaller minions, curve in 2, 3, 4, right? Juggler, Animal, Companion, Sen'jin, something like that. And then with your very high value removal, start taking out big taunts. Now the swipe there is absolutely huge though for Petite and getting back into things. Sitting on a Deadly Shot will be able to either take out the Sunwalker or the Drake. Deadly Shot and Freezing Trap after Ascension's down on the board. I still think Dino's in a good position. But a lot of it could come down to how many draws he's able to get off of Unleash. Usually in this matchup, I think you want to do this. You're comfortable doing it with just 2 minions on board. And a lot of times you're going to be doing it just looking for that Hunter's Mark. Right? Anything that's going to get rid of these bigger targets. Now I think Bow and Freezing Trap has got to be the play here. I think it's a mistake to run out the Deadly Shot. Now, obviously we know what's coming. We know there's a Sunwalker, we know there's Ancient of War, but he's seen the deck list. He's got to know that there's bigger and better targets. The thing is, Drake doesn't have taunt. He can continue to swing through it while the Freezing Trap is down. But if he's going to throw up a Freezing Trap for one of these big taunts, he's not going to be pushing damage other than with his hero power on the same turn. So suddenly I'm liking Petice's position a lot more. These Loot Hoarders are an interesting addition to the deck as well. Going to give more consistent removal. Of course, he's not drawing into it at this moment. He's got the ability to get it. Let's see, is this a hero power and a knife juggler or a bow? He really doesn't need the bow charge with 2 bows in hand. So I like this move better. When you're playing Control Hunter, it's kind of like playing Warrior. You just want to milk that hero power in these longer matchups. It's oftentimes how you're going to be winning the game. Oof. Oof. Ouch. I think Petite would be smart to just sit here on the Sunwalker. Yeah, exactly what he's going to do. Okay. Oftentimes you want to draw first, but I guess with the Juggler out, going to make a lot of sense to get the Hunter's Mark down, and he does actually snipe it, so getting the Black Knight picked up from a Freezing Trap. It's actually not too bad for Petite, but losing this minion on board, definitely going to be a bit of an issue, especially with an owl that can go through something like the War. I think ideally in Petite's position, he was hoping to get out something like a Grove to get picked up, right? The Keeper here. But now, yeah, very difficult position. You can owl, you can bow, hero power, no attacks coming the way of Dino. Let's see. I mean, Keeper and Yeti gives 2 minions on board. It's a good way to play around the Freezing Trap, but it might just be a bit slow because... okay, we're seeing Druid of the Claw instead. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he approaches this. He might have to take the risk of playing the Owl. You know, how deep are we? 17 cards in the deck. You're not expecting both Wars to be sitting in hand here. So I have to see if he plays this a bit slower. And no, it looks like he's just going to go to push damage. I can see why Dino feels the need to do it, if that is what he opts for. Okay, I'm gonna clear out the Keeper, I guess. kind of interesting. Kind of interesting, because now getting that Druid of the Claw picked up, it's going to be able to regain Taunt. Now, it's going to be an expensive taunt, but you're looking at 3 7-mana taunts. Sure, the hero power can do a lot of work, but 17 damage, got the potential to heal up with Loris. I think Pedice is in just fine of a position, actually. Now, Dino does still have the Black Knight. Top decks are a thing. And he's actually running 2 Owls, so 2 out of 15 chance to get something pretty good. Even tracking here potentially gives him an option to draw for one of those outs. I think you do it. I think you take the 50-50. Great. Keeps the game interesting. You'll love to see it. Get the other bow out. Down to 11, so... yeah, Petite is getting low, but there isn't a lot of burst potential. Dino opting not to run Leroy in this list. Which I do think is probably a mistake. I think Leroy is just too strong, well, in general, but also in combination with Unleash the Hounds. You can get 8 damage, and I love a Faceless Manipulator in this deck. I know these Loot Hoarders give a little bit of extra draw potential here. Alright, I guess testing for the explosive potentially, because he does know that there's 1 copy. I don't think he's swung up to this point, but still not attacking here. Maybe to play around the other deadly shot. Make it another 50-50. Alright, so Dino has the option to run out some minions here. Whatever attacks is going to get picked up, which is almost certainly going to be the Druid of the Claw, if anything. Of course, Force of Nature here. Given the ability for Petite to just get one of the 2/2 treants picked up. Keep the 4/6 body on board. And if Dino opts to run out any of these, the rest of the treants can just clear, and honestly, that might just lock up the game. Alright, yeah, I think a very, very strong play here. So let's see, I'm sure he spots it. You know, he knows the traps that are there in the deck. Yeah, here's the Force of Nature. As you decide to clear this. So many options. Swipe is even okay. Sure, throw the 4/6 in, keep the taunt. Beefy. Yeah. Yeah, very well done. Dino down to 17. And that 9 damage. Looking just about impossible to deal. We even got an Ancient Allure just sitting here in Petitia's hand, ready to heal back up. So it's looking like it's going to be a quick 2-0 here. I can't think of any possible out. Even something like the Black Knight, a Silence, you're able to push 11 damage. But as far as I can tell, just no ability to draw any more than that. I'm trying my darndest. Potentially a Starving Buzzard. You can kill Starving Buzzard, kill the Highmane off, draw, unleash the Hounds into Ironbeak Owl. Maybe something like that does it. But I'm really reaching here. Yeah, this is going to be it. Smash your face against the taunt. Concede. 2-0 for Petite over Dino. Well won. Let's get that updated. Gee. Oh. Submit and alright. We'll get the next games queued up. So this is what the bracket is looking like right now. Let's start messaging Haskand here. Message. I cannot stand Discord sometimes. Alright, we got that, and then Freaks. So, on to the second round here. Alright, we'll see. Discord, for some reason, requiring that we're all friends. Try not to spoil any of the results by posting in the public Discord, which is why this takes just a bit longer. There we go. But reaching out to Freaks anyway. Let's see if they get it started. We'll keep an eye on this thing ready to go. Oh, here we go. It's kinda good to start whenever. Haskand. Not sure. We got different in Discord and Hearthstone, so I'll probably just be using them interchangeably. I haven't seen the bans or anything like that. We got opponents up here. Just says recently chatted, preparing the battle. Alright. Alright, they both banned Rogue. What did I say? If you don't hear about bans, it's Rogue. Don't you worry. Alright, well, they're preparing. I'm just going to fill up some water. My voice is going to be gone. Just remember, we've got a tournament for the Americas this evening, starting about 6.5 hours from now. And I'm not going to be able to talk by that time, so enjoy it while you can. Got water. We're ready. We're chill. Let's take a quick look at what they're running now. So if Priest is banned, Haskand, got Druid, Warlock, and Warrior. We've already seen Freaks, right? I gotta refresh my memory. Freaks with Rogue down as Druid, Shaman, and Warlock. And some interesting lists to boot. Alright, not sure exactly what the delay is, if it's just taking some time to decide on a deck or what. Alright, well, bring this back over once more. What do we got going forward? So it's this into Deluxe and Matrix. The final participants that we have not seen, both lucky enough to get a bye. And of course, I haven't mentioned this, but, you know, for anyone who's maybe going to be watching this later on YouTube, something like that, there is no prize for the winner here, right? You might think it's pretty silly having these free buys, but this is just for fun. First time we're getting a bunch of people together for classics, so you know, you got bragging rights. Pretty small, tight-knit community. You're going to be the coolest kid on the block if you come away with a W here. Let's see. We do have the Blizzard message in here. Let's just send one more here in Discord. Perhaps it was not seen in the Blizzard client. Yeah, and another reminder, the finals is going to go to a best of 5. I think I mentioned that at the start of this. So we've got these best of 3s going now. But whoever makes it to those finals, we're going to have a really, really interesting time here at the end. Very much looking forward to it. But we'll just continue to creep on our participants, judge them silently for their decision-making process. Let's see. We're hearing from Freaks. We're hearing from Haskand. We'll commentate the DMs. Look, we can start. Yup. Please. And okay. Oh, 4 and 5. We're just doing top down. I see what they're saying. Yes, started. Yeah, we got kind of a. I guess I see what the confusion is. The bracket here, I'm just going top down, but they're seeing this as this is the 4, this is the 5, that kind of thing. Really doesn't matter. But yeah, I thought it was Deluxe and Matrix first. Really, it's anyone's choice. Not a big deal. We're casting them all. Alright, here we go. Spectate. Let's reset the wins to 0 here. And let's get Freaks in here. Spectate as well. Okay. So once again, Freaks busting out the Shaman. Here we go. Getting to see Haskand for the first time here with Druid. Alright, let's take a look at these lists. So the Black Knight, love to see it. And Druid here, I think it's very, very good for this tournament format. Early wild growth. Clearly the more skilled player here. But yeah, we've seen this list from Freaks. Mid-range, these Sun Furies, very interesting. I am curious to see how they do in the long run here in this tournament. Okay, here we go, Sun Fury. And Sun Fury, I mean, just a decent stat line for a 2-drop, right? Comfortable doing something like that. When you get Wild Growth on 2, Yeti on 3. It's pretty good. This is very interesting. Something I didn't really consider when first looking at it. Usually Sun Furies, here to really mitigate damage going to your face, right? You're doing these kind of anti-aggro measures. But not the case here. It's actually just going to be to protect the rest of the board. Sun Fury hiding behind this Argent Squire here. So Feral Spirit's going to be charging to the front lines. Now Swipe, Druid's best ability for going wide, clearing, but really not efficiently with this board. So instead, yeah, just gonna opt to Wrath. I like this. 4-3 Yeti left. Clear out the bubble. Right, Freaks is overloaded here, so just sitting on 2, you're maybe expecting a hero power, nothing more. Although that Golem certainly opens up options with the coin. Alright. So it is going to be the Golem. Which I think it's the right move. Against something like Druid, you can't play that passively, especially if they've got that Wild Growth on turn 2. But let's see, what's Haskand going to do here?
I must think.
Haskand thinking. Keep your silence. Very interesting play. Again, though, I like it. It's difficult for Druid to deal with a lot of minions. And just the way that this goes. Yeah, with, like Argent Squire draw here. Just going to be tough to get any value out of that Argus. Flame Tongue does give the ability to make this hit. But it's left vulnerable unless you roll a taunt here. And even then, knowing Haskand's hand, very, very possible that that it gets cleared anyway. But let's see. I mean, Defender of Argus on just the Golem, it is okay, but not great. It does, however, allow a Rock Biter on the hero to then hit the 4-1, but okay. Lightning Storm 50-50 on the 2-4. Well, why make a play like Rock Biter hit when you can just be lucky, right? Now this is interesting because Haskand, knowing there's 2 hexes in the deck of Freaks, but we know there are no hexes in the hand of Freaks. So the Ancient of War would be still pretty good on the board, despite the Earth Shock. Okay, but yeah, something like Druid of the Claw would have been the safer play. So let's see how Freaks decides to deal with things. Earth Shock has a spell power, going to bring it down to a 5-3. Then you're looking at Rock Biter, either on the face or the totem. You've got Flame Tongue potential. All kinds of things that can happen here. But just with 4 mana, because the overload from the Lightning Storm. Yeah, and probably worth mentioning, Shaman generally favored in this matchup, I think. Any sort of mid-range list tends to do quite well against Druid. Like I said, because of that ability to go wide. But I feel like Haskand doing a really good job. Staying in this, preventing Freaks from building up too much of a board. Of course, it does help to draw that early Wild Growth. Alright, so gonna opt to keep the Spell Power Totem alive. I like that as well. Spell Power Totem, generally going to be your most valuable tool. Sitting at 25 health, it's just fine to take that 5 damage. Feels a little bad. But dropping it's gone to 15, just too good. And yeah, here we go. It's gone once again, just trying to reclaim that board. Can't quite swing it in their favor. Now that Freaks has the initiative. I'll just say, like here, talking with Carlotta, we got the NA tournament coming up later after this. Voice your opinions in Discord. It's hard for me to keep up with Twitch chat because of the delay. Voice your opinions on Discord. Should we be casting all the games? Or should we potentially only cast from something like the semifinals or second round onward? I am good with anything.
I have learned from the best.
Alright, Force of Nature clears, and here we go. For the first time, I think we can say Haskand comfortably gaining control of the board. This top deck going to be really, really important here for Freaks, and not what you want to see on 8 mana.
The light protects me.
Okay, well, a difficult position here for Freaks, I think. Now, okay, this does allow for Black Knight top deck potential. Doesn't happen. Yeah, I was curious to see what happens here. Two 5s, obviously very strong, but got to consider the possibility of something like, you know, Doomhammer, Rockbiter to push a lot of damage as well. Just 2 cards here. So perhaps Haskand, just too concerned with that health, would rather take the risk of the Black Knight. And I mean, looking at the hand here, got the ability to heal, got the ability to clear any decently big bodies. Even Wrath going to help quite a bit with that, so. Do we see the Amani? Not quite sure why Freaks is holding on to the Amani, and we see some quick math here by Haskand. Let's see, 6 plus 3, that's 9 mana and a lot of damage. That's gonna be it. Alright, game 1 to Haskand in a matchup that I believe is actually slightly unfavored. So that means the Druid deck is going to be gone. Let's see what's coming next. Alright, Shaman versus Warrior. Now this is an interesting one. Let's take a look at Haskand's Warrior before we say anything too much. So, it's a control warrior running double cleave. Very good at dealing with things that, yeah, go wide here on the board. Interesting that there are no 4-drops, no Drakes, no Korkrons, no Senjins. I guess that's where we're seeing the cleave. Now, I would think it's mostly to deal with something like Zoo. But it's going to really help here in the Shaman matchup. So maybe that's why the decision to go Warrior. And honestly, pretty much the ideal opening hand. Some of these early minions, I mean, maybe, yeah, you'd want to cleave, Taskmaster, War Axe, some of these other tools. But this is very good for not only mitigating the minions, building up some armor, and then by turn 5, able to brawl, and with only a single brawl in the deck. That's a very important draw to get early. Alright, so Freaks got to decide. They're going to put some minions out there. Yeah, Amani can be a little bit difficult to deal with just this Armor Smith. Okay, but Taskmaster, oh my. Gonna get a favorable trade and 2 armor if Haskand wants. Or they could just opt to play it slowly, run out the Acolyte, potentially buff it the following turn.
Worthy or unworthy?
Try to get the draw as well. The only thing to consider here, I feel like, with the Acolyte, is that the draw is just not as important as it would normally be, because Haskand is such a good hand already. So yeah, this isn't the most mana efficient play, but getting 2 armor, probably a 3rd armor. I'm imagining this hit is going to take place. Really favorable position. Okay, in the early Thanos, so opting for the draw off of the Thanos. 1 damage, nothing to scoff at. Also, potentially going to give you a little bit more armor, although I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple hits into the Armor Smith right away. Probably even just 1. I imagine there's a good chance this Flame Tongue comes down. But a draw here, draw next turn, going to put Haskand at 5 cards. With Brawl if the board goes wide. I gotta think it's in the favor of Haskand. Freaks with these spells, you know, the Lightning Bolt, the Lava Burst, they might be able to come in handy a bit later, right? Lava Burst is a way to get rid of that Geddon. But Geddon, once again, another great tool for dealing with Shaman here. I do feel like it's noteworthy that there's no Gorehell in this warrior list, though. I've played this matchup a number of times as the control warrior, and it's one of the few where you can swing Gorehell 7 times and get 7 swings of value, so... Alright, a cleave would just be money here, but... Alright, not going to be that lucky. Not sure about that Brawl hover. That has me a bit worried. I feel like you want to get more value out of your Brawl generally, especially if you only have 1. Making a hit here does put this into Geddon range in a couple turns as well. Of course, you have to be worried about things like Argus and Healing Totem. Previous MVP, but no, just going to Brawl now. Interesting. Alright, with the Shield Slam. I mean, there is a Cairn follow-up, but unfortunately for Freaks, not sitting on a Hex to deal with the Cairn. I think if this suddenly starts to go in the favor of Freaks, we might want to revisit this Brawl turn and see if that was the correct play. But maybe Haskand is just feeling comfortable. Get out the Brawl, something to clear, well, in this case, 2 minions, but there was the potential for 3. Having the ability to get Geddon out in 2 turns, you know, maybe it's okay to get rid of that 1 tool there. But I feel like, you know, you're just able to take so much damage as a warrior that I don't really see the cause for concern. So do we see a Golem with this? We don't. Very interesting. So I guess with... Okay, Freak's really wanting that draw. Oh, okay. Whirlwind, you're going to get your wish, Freaks. And there's your draw. But I guess after seeing that Brawl, Freaks is just comfortable throwing out a lot more minions. And because they're easily... they're very easy to trade off because they're weak. Flame Tongue has the potential to get a lot of damage there. Again, without something like Hex going into turn 6. And turn 6 is when you're really starting to get concerned with what the warrior has in hand. That's where these beefy minions come out. And that really is kind of doubly so with Haskand's list. Because, you know, the 4s have been cut. There are no Sinjins. There are no Korkrons. No Drakes. So it really is just all those larger minions. Wondering what Freaks is considering here. The ability to silence draw. Yeah, okay, so just force a single draw, right? Don't let Haskand Taskmaster potentially do a second Whirlwind, something like that. But yeah, I think Earthshock was a real consideration, except... if Freaks knows, well, Sylvanas and Cairn are in the deck. They are high-value targets for that silence. So yeah, here's the Geddon to, well, to try to mitigate that board going wide, but probably the best draw you can ask for in that Fire Elemental. And now this is where I'm starting to feel like Haskand is going to have a lot of trouble dealing with more minions that come out on the board here. Karen able to get silenced. Ragnaros, though. Quite a good draw with still. 18 cards in deck, no hexes in hand. Drake providing the opportunity for another draw here. Okay. Well, let's see. Big boy Rag clearing the Drake. I mean, that's huge. That's huge. And still, there's the possibility a 2 in 15 chance of drawing that Hex. I feel like Freak's really just getting unlucky here. Now forced to Lava Burst for 6, Earth Shock for 2. There is still one more Earth Shock in hand for the Cairn. But if we see a Sylvanas here... Oh, Tinkmaster, I saw that legendary border. Boy, that could be a very unlucky position. No, this gets very interesting, because with the Fire Elemental, Earth Shock, Fire Elemental is a clear on Cairn. But I gotta think Haskand. Oh, this is exciting. Always Squirrel, wow. Very, very fortunate. But yeah, I gotta think Haskand is concerned with Hex. Every turn, right? Every single turn. It's gotta be terrifying. But if we see this Earth Shock, it's really an indicator that, well, there just isn't one here in hand. So now it's gotta be Squirrel, Earth Shock, Fire Elemental. If Freaks actually wants to clear the Cairn. Okay, but a Taunt Totem. Taunt Totem and the 3/3 gets cleared. Alright, look at this. Look at this. How do you want to clear that Fire Elemental? Well, gotta say, it's pretty good BGH value against a deck that has no BGH targets. Kind of feeling bad for Freaks here, just whiffing on draws. I feel like making a lot of good plays. Taking risks when necessary, but not being rewarded for it. Now, the game's certainly not over just yet. Yeah, Argus is going to allow for a trade on the BGH if Freaks chooses. Okay, so still a bit of a wall to get through. Grom. Now, Grom in this matchup, I love as a board control tool. Right, it's Shaman's goal to go wide. You just don't want to let that happen. And Freaks, well, not going to be able to draw 2 hexes this turn. Can still draw the game out a bit longer, though, right? Run the Argus into the 2/2. There's only 2 minions on board. I feel like at this point you might as well just get that Flame Tongue between the Spirit Wolves. Alright, opting to not do that. And then Sylvanas. Boy, oh boy, I am just... honestly kind of heartbroken for Freaks here. I feel like these draws are just unbelievable from Haskand. Once again, just whiffing. Argent Squire this late into the game. You can take care of the Grom, but I mean... Yeah, being in top deck mode with a deck like this, this is quite difficult. Kind of an interesting decision here. If Freaks does run this in, yeah, Sylvanas potentially killable with a few draws here. And there's the Bolt. Okay. Well, top deck mode. Starting to look like Arena or something. Classic Arena back in the day. I think you run the Squire in, you Bolt, and then you Hero Power. But let's think about it from Freak's perspective. You know, what big risks are there? There's still an Alex in the deck. Freak's has got to be aware of that. But the next biggest minions, I believe, are Drakes. Really thinking about this one, though. Not exactly sure why. Okay. I mean, a taunt totem could have been useful in a situation like this. There's a Drake, and this, again, it's just a perfect time. Once you're in top deck mode, wouldn't it be nice to just have a little bit of extra draw? And there you go. Not even sure if Haskand wants to push this damage. Sure, it's favorable, but sitting on an Alex in your bottom 6 cards, not really sure that damage even does a whole lot. Okay, Lightning Storm here. Again, a bit of an interesting choice. I guess you rolled a totem here. I think it's right to look for spell power. Run the Squire in and then Lightning Storm. Guaranteed clear, give up one of your totems. It's going to be a lot less useful for Haskand. Let's see what they get. We've already determined Healing Totem, best card in the game. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, Shield Slam. Hitting the spell power just to say I can do pretty much whatever I want. I can bully you in any way I so choose. Well, let's see. I'm not sure exactly how much the decision-making process matters here. You gotta get the golem out. You gotta hero power. The only decision I can think is if you roll spell power, maybe just go ahead and bolt that Alex. Not sure. Take advantage of the extra damage while you have it, but... And still... no hex here. Well, this is 8 damage to take out the Alex. But at this point, realistically speaking, the game could just end from fatigue on the part of Freaks. Because there's not a lot left here from Haskand. Obviously not wanting to run out the Acolyte. Gonna do more harm than good. The other Rock Biter. Oh boy. Yeah, 1 damage totem. Not gonna do a whole lot in the late game here. Now there is, trying to think of any outs, there is a Doomhammer here. It's gonna be able to push a lot of damage over time. Still have a few turns. If this next card is a Doomsayer, maybe, just maybe. Right? Shield block, not all that useful here. A Sun Fury. Yikes. Yikes. That's the thing. If this Doomhammer's on the bottom, Freeze just doesn't have time to milk value out of it. Like, this is so much damage that you gotta get, even with the Rock Biter, right? And that's the only one. It's 10 damage on 1 single turn. And then over the next 3, you're looking at another 12. You just gotta chip away with small minions like this. I'm surprised Freaks is putting up as good of a fight as they are here.
Shields up. Getting low on cards.
Okay, here's the Whirlwind. Which I mean does mitigate 1 damage. I think it's right to execute the 2/3. I think this is just gonna take the gas right out of Freaks. The tiny bit of fumes that Freaks was left running on. Here we go. We see the Hex way too late. I think it will. I think it'll just be a victory on fatigue. 2 Hexes. Boy, I don't know if you could come up with an unluckier draw.
I'm almost out of cards.
Wow. What did I say? The bottom card in the deck is a Doomhammer?
I'm out of cards.
Yeah. I mean, this is just really unfortunate. Honestly, if just a few of those draws went in the favor of Freaks, or maybe Haskand whiffs a couple times. It's a winnable position. Like I said, that early brawl, just anything able to stay on the board there would have done wonders. But now I think it's just, you know, let the computer do the math for you. You're pretty sure you don't win it, but, you know, it's just your tournament life on the line. Why not? Wow, still 35 life here from the Warrior. Always sad when you're looking to get them back to 30. Alright. The last hurrah. Rock Biter, extra damage on face. Hoping for the game to bug out and deal like 15 damage of fatigue or something. Wow. Haskand opts to not draw 2 cards and kill themselves. Probably the smart play. 2-0 to Haskand. Well played. Congratulations, and let's get the next one queued up. Alright. So this is what we got. We're going to reach out here to Deluxe and Matrix. Don't see either of them here in Discord here. Do we got them here? Makes things nice and easy if they're here. Alright. You up when you're ready. Now sometimes, right, we got different names here. In Discord, in Hearthstone, on the website. So let's see. Is Deluxe actually Deluxe? Who we talking to? Alright, we do have a different... No, we got all kinds of different names here. You up when ready. Perfect. Alright, they've been notified. My bladder's been notified. It's time to evacuate. So let's see. If they get into the game, we'll queue it up. Otherwise, I'm going to run real quick. I think we have the bans decided here. Let me dig back through my logs a bit. We got the Rogue ban versus Matrix, I'm hearing. But not sure what we got the other way. Yeah, not seeing anything the other way. Well, let's see. See what we got here for decks. They're still not quite in the game. I'm gonna run. We'll be back hopefully for the start. All right.
Malfurion versus Gul'dan.
Your soul shall be
Okay, let's get both players spectated here. Double Wild Growth in the opening hand. Let me get the deck lists up and ready. So, what do we got? We got Matrix here. Running Druid, and on the right, oh boy, we got Warlock. Let me try to decipher. Oh, that's not even the right. I'm in the wrong player folder. My mistake. If I can find it, there we go.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
There we go. Deluxe, right? All these mix and matches of names. Hard to keep track of. So we got Zoo. We got Druid. Druid here with Harrison. I always hate to play against Harrison when they're running it. Interesting. In Druid. But a lot of early pressure here, right? The Leper Gnomes. A single Hellfire and Leroy. So yeah, a lot of burst potential here from Deluxe. Very, very interested to see how this goes. Quite a good position. I guess not wanting to overextend into swipe is the thought process here. Be a little surprised to not see a tap. Alright, Matrix down to 18 already. Alright, got so much to take care of here. Gotta update the bracket. Hopefully a little later so it's not too spoiled if people are mashing refresh. Alright, what are we going to see here? So pretty sizable taunt. Got Abusive, Elven Archer, and Argus all able to help with that. Pretty nice trades if he just beefs up these two. She's also really nice because they're vulnerable to swipe at any point if it comes up off the top. You would think you'd see a swipe if it was sitting here in the hand of Matrix. So maybe that's the consideration. Well, we didn't see a swipe this last turn. Matrix opted to throw down a taunt. Maybe they want to try to preserve these a bit. Yeah, do something. Yeah, just abusive and run this in. Okay. Pretty much the same thing, but yeah, comfortable running out another 2-1. Thinking that there's no swipe. Now, of course, you always got to be worried in situations like this. You could be staring at some sort of spell power swipe. If you look at the list of Matrix here, no Thalnos to do it, so it would have to be Boy, oh geez, no Drakes either. Actually, there is no spell power in the deck. Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. So I guess it's not something you got to consider, and that's really, really nice if you're playing Zoo.
You call that a win?
Alright, and still 6 damage, able to get through. Haven't seen Leroy, haven't seen Hellfire, haven't seen the Doom Guards. There's Soulfire, I mean, so much burst potential here. This feels awful if you're playing Druid. Oh, and I've got apologies for that. Gotta reset this just so much here to manage. Yeah, game 1 gonna go to Deluxe real quick. Alright, so Zoo out of the running. See what Deluxe has next. Alright, yeah, both players queuing out. Let's see. Let's take a quick look while we're waiting here. What else does Deluxe have? I believe I said Rogue was banned, right? So Hunter and Druid are the other two. Druid generally quite strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if Matrix is going to stick with it. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, so it is Rogue. Let me dig back through, make sure that
I must protect the wild.
oh no, the Rogue ban was versus Matrix. And this is banned Druid for Deluxe. Got it. Druid is banned for Deluxe. I do have it somewhere back here. Alright, we're getting to see some more Miracle Rogue play here. Let's see what happens with the mulligan. Is Deluxe just deciding? Now let's see, taking a quick look at the list here. Pretty typical Miracle Rogue. Yeah, double sap, great versus Druid. There's one of the saps, got the conceal, and now it's just a matter of finding that gadget stand, but oh boy. Ramp coming the way of Matrix. There's the gadget stand. Now, the only real thing here, I think both players quite happy with their hands, other than Matrix has got nothing that they can get out real early here. Ooh. I mean, obviously, they could get out the Keeper, they could get out BGH, just the low value cards, not things you're hoping to ramp out real early.
Well played.
Wow. I think that's going to be the right play. BGH are really only able to target Edwin in the Miracle Rogue matchup. I guess potentially a cold-blooded minion as well. But they're so rare, you're really not holding on to it for that. We don't see a backstab here from Deluxe, so maybe going to eat some resources, deadly poison hit, potentially an eviscerate. Yeah, let's see, a lot of thought going into this. Deadly poison, of course, is real nice. If you don't have coin, you know, when you get that gadget sand out on potentially 6, something like that, just get it out a little earlier.
Happy midsummer. Beware of forest.
Oh boy, can I squelch people? If this is me, I'm squelching Matrix here. But as a spectator, I guess I cannot. Yeah, so easier to get that draw off the deadly poison, but I mean, you're looking to conceal anyway. No preps here to even consider it. Now we see the lore. Yeah, I think things are about to get very, very interesting here. These Druid of the Claws are likely just going to be chargers. Still no prep, so can't get out the early gadgets in unless Deluxe decides to Shadow Step. But I think the Drake here is the smarter play. Would have been interesting if it drew into a prep. Would they opt to eviscerate this? I would think so. Not really sure what the thought process is here. Shadow Step on the Drake doesn't seem right. Potentially just using their time to think about plays going forward. You know, what is that Gadget Sand turn going to look like? Or they could be trying to give the impression that they have some cards that they don't, right? Make it look like you have a prep in this situation. Not exactly sure how that would change the thought process of Matrix. But alright, yeah, lots of pressure here now. This is the Gadget Sand turn, but are they able to get lots of value off of it? Leaving a 5/5 on the board is a problem. If they're going to Gadget Sand Conceal, they need to draw into a prep to be able to sap it, which is probably fine, you know, at this point. Having a... Interesting. Yeah, having lore sapped really wouldn't be that much of an issue, but okay, this might give Deluxe a little bit more steam next turn. Could draw into some other stuff. Option for the other deadly poison. You know, maybe a cold blood, something like that, just to draw a bit more. But Matrix preventing the draw with the Keeper. Still opting to not use that Innervate. We see double Gadgets in, okay.
I got the best deals anywhere.
Well, seems like the obvious play to conceal it. I think you want that Shadow Step for the Leroy, the way things are going. Generally speaking, that's what you want it for, but every now and then you're going to use the Shadow Step on some other stuff, and yeah, just nothing else playable there. At least nothing else good, so... Matrix really sitting on a lot of different plays here with that Innervate. But okay, gonna push 7 damage. Sitting on combo with the Innervate, I mean, I think it's smart. We don't see a Farce here in the hand of Deluxe. So even if they were able to clear, things are looking real ugly for him. Trying to think how they get back into this. Now the 4/4 body of the Gadget Sand, right? Able to hit something. There's a very good chance that you need to use that Cold Blood just for the draw. Unfortunately here, I think Deluxe is probably correct to take the risk of just assuming there's no Innervate combo. You love to play around it when you can, but a lot of times you just can't, and I think this is one of those times. Yeah, so an otherwise very strong turn. I think just going to be very disappointing. Now with double Gadget Sand, things do get a little wacky here. There's the Farseer, but unfortunately, Miracle Rogue doesn't run double Innervate. And that's going to be it. I can spot this lethal. I may not be the greatest player in the world, but... There we go, there's 14. So going to tie the series up 1-1. Also curious to see how Deluxe comes back from this. A lot of emoting here from Matrix. Is Deluxe getting rattled, frustrated? I don't know. Let's see, 1-1. It means the Druid is out of the pool. But Miracle's still playable. So let's see. Yeah, very, very curious what we're going to see here. I would think it's still going to be Miracle Rogue. It is. And Warrior. Alright, alright. Let's take a look. What is in this Warrior list? Alright, pretty typical control. It does have Harrison Jones, which is going to help a lot in this matchup. I feel like there's two ways to play this matchup. A lot of people have asked. Tinkmaster here pretty much exclusively, I would think, to target the gadgets in. Can be good against some things like Karen, Sylvanas, in other decks. But you can either play this matchup very defensively, try to build up a lot of armor with shield blocks, plop down some taunts if you're running things like Sunwalker, or you can try to be aggressive, right? You can try to get out this War Axe if you're running Korkrons. Yeah, just try to push a lot of damage. You can often secure things on board that are halfway decent and just difficult to deal with. And we're going to see an early big Edwin here. Now, he is going to know that Matrix is running Spellbreaker, but he doesn't have the coins, so Matrix isn't going to be able to silence Edwin. There is a BGH in the deck, so I got to think, you know, you run it out. 6/6, don't take any other risks here. And then just a bit of cycle with the Shiv, so. Oh. Real nice. Now, Matrix did have the option to Shield Slam, execute, but Whirlwind not going to get a lot of value in this matchup, generally speaking, so very nice to be able to just do that. Shield Slam could be pretty powerful against something like a Drake, or even this Gnomish Inventor, because Gnomish Inventor, a great target for Cold Blood as well. Well, now Matrix poised to do quite well, in a real good position. Can take out SIs, Farseer with the axe, just building up that armor. Alright, Korkron just going to make this favorable trade. Still no gadgets in here for Deluxe. Something seems wrong. I feel like when you play Miracle Rogue, you always get gadgets in by that turn 5, turn 6. So let's see. Let's see if the game corrects itself. 18 cards in the deck. Nothing else here to cycle with, though. So yeah, decent chance. I mean, maybe we see the SI. There's not a lot of minions that SI is very effective against. You know, maybe a BGH. But there's really no urgency to rush out a BGH if you're Matrix. A lot of times it just won't see play. But yeah, just opting not to because it dies immediately to that War Axe. This is interesting. Matrix saving Korkron, I'd imagine to deal with Drake, right? Instead of being aggressive, trying to kill them before they kill you type thing. Just going to play to remove all the threats that the Deluxe throws out. I think with the way their list is built, it's going to be quite effective at doing that. And of course, there's always, you know, the desperation gadgets in as well. Sometimes you just don't have Conceal. You're forced to throw it out. Maybe try to draw into it, which is very, very possible given this hand. If their Deluxe was to draw a gadgets hand, it's possible we just see it naked on the board here. Wow. Yeah, and just there's no steam here from Deluxe. Gonna swing, keep that armor down, I guess, preventing shield slams. But Matrix able to draw, start even building a decent board, and the armor up. Now, Tinkmaster does get less useful when you've got things on the board for that concealed gadget sand, but guess what? If there is no concealed gadget sand, you got nothing to worry about. See, here I'm expecting a backstab SI. And at this point, do we see the other one? 4-axe can only attack 1. Yeah, I like that. You gotta apply some pressure at some point. This is less than an ideal draw. Bit of a desperation move, but I think it's the correct choice. So what does Matrix do from here? Yeah, Corkron on a 3/3 is not that bad. Slam, Execute, or even Armor Up, Shield Slam. Also just reasonable ways to deal with things here. And then a lot of big minions. Alright, at 27. There's a conceal, still no gadgets in. Times are tough. Times are very tough here for Deluxe. I don't like this position. I think that was maybe their last chance to really do something to swing it in their favor. Now, Alex on 15, it's good. Grom with a shield slam is always a possibility. You know, now that he's down here at 12, even if he like saps or removes the Alex, you're looking at 10 potentially. We've seen the one Taskmaster. But geez, even like War Axe Grom, War Axe Reg, suddenly Matrix is the one threatening a lot of damage. And Deluxe, boy, what are they hoping for? It might be too late to even hope for something like a Gadget Sand. If they're to draw Leroy, having Matrix down at 21 at the moment. Do you have one Shadow Step? Do you have a Cold Blood? That's 16, that's 20, that's 21. It is possible. It is still possible for Miracle Rogue to turn this around. But it certainly isn't what you're hoping for. Alright, the Conceal, I guess, hoping to land Cold Blood on the Farseer, which I think is reasonable. But honestly, with this hand, it's hard to combo anything properly as well. Tinkmaster doesn't roll great, but still, you know, Matrix, just so many cards in hand, so many ways to deal with any potential threat. There's some armor. There's a body. There's some damage. Yeah, I'm really not sure what's going to do it here. Zap isn't it, I can tell you that. I can tell you it's not that. You probably have to hope for the gadgets. Yeah, the gadgets in there and then just get lucky on draws, but not going to happen. Sometimes you just draw poorly if you're a Miracle Rogue. That's just how it goes. So 2-1 for Matrix. Yeah, they're going to take it. So that brings us to Blind and Siveure. That's how we're saying it? Something like that. We'll notify the participants. Let's see. Blind. We got Blind here. Preparing to battle. Queue up. Let's do it. Who else do we have? Siveure. Alright, let's see. Do we have them in here? Of course. All these different aliases. Alright, we do. Perfect. Alright, let's take a look, see if still preparing, see if we get that real quickly. But in the meantime, trying to remember to reset everything. Set this down to 0. So it sounds like, keeping an eye on the Discord, everyone's been kind of voicing their opinions, that kind of stuff. And yeah, Yeah, sounds like what we'll do for the Americas one. Let's see. Well, we'll probably just be casting the semifinals and finals. We've got more participants, 16. I'm certainly okay with that. Otherwise, it'd be up until like 2 in the morning kind of deal. So yeah, I think we'll do that. Everything else will be played simultaneously. We'll still stream and commentate. You know, a couple of games there in those early brackets. But yeah, we'll just focus on the last few games there. So yeah, still sorting out some stuff with the Americas thing. Doing battle. Perfect. So we got blind. Oh, though for some reason this not updated. Let's update the bracket to 1. Bam. Get both perspectives going. Alright, we're getting into a rhythm here. Don't want to distract. That's not good. Spectate. Alright, so blind starting out with this control hunter. Let's jump over to that. Control hunter versus rogue. So I guess opting to not ban rogue, which is interesting. Yeah, not a big change from the previous deck, as we see. Pretty standard rogue. Now let's see. Did I get notified? I did not get notified of the bans here. But that's okay. That's all going through Carlotto. I'll assume that they did, in fact, do that. So okay, early knife juggler here. Able to heal that back pretty quickly. I like this Eagle Horn play. Now this matchup's a fun one. Quite interesting. Deadly Shot is your money card versus the Concealed Gadgetzan. But what's really nice about this Control Hunter list is you've got tracking, and tracking's able to get you that answer way more consistently. Now we see the Gadgetzan, we don't yet see Conceal. Probably looking to coin... Oh, Explosive Trap, interesting. Thought maybe coin Hero Power here. And both players just playing very confidently here. Actually, backstab into hitting Leok is great, you know. Again, if Siveure's done their homework, you know, there's no snake trap here. Not really a risk of hitting. I do feel like it's a pretty obvious backstab, but might as well take your time. This game has been played pretty quickly up until now. But no, opting not to. Well, it certainly gives blind pause. Honestly, in a situation like this, I don't even mind starving Buzzard Unleash for a single draw. Because these are pretty dead cards in the matchup. Deadly Shot's amazing, but you do need this gone. And you could do something like run the one Hound in, swing, and not worry about getting the extra charge. Instead, just going to deal the damage. Hope that Explosive clears this. Now we don't see... Oh, we do. We see the other Farce here. So actually the ability to heal this up if Siveure wanted. But they've got this kind of interesting scenario, right? The Gadgetzan prep, potentially into Fan, get a bunch of draws, maybe hit that Conceal, but then the Conceal would be answered by Deadly Shot. Now, something I don't think a lot of people know, because Control Hunter's not that popular of a list, one of the best counters to it, if you're playing as Miracle Rogue, is actually Gadgetzan into Shadow Step. You don't need so much burst because there isn't heal in this list here. So it's not necessary that you have the full Leroy combo. Pulling back that Gadgetzan prevents the Deadly Shot from going on it. And then you've got a cheaper Gadgetzan to do your whole draw engine the following turn. So I think if Siveure had more experience in the matchup, maybe that would be a consideration. But certainly looking at how this turn goes anyway, not a bad setup. Although double deadly shot does put blind in an okay position. I do like 2 draws off of the Unleash, especially if you can get a Hunter's Mark with it. But I think you just have to hit deadly shot, try to keep the board empty, have the other deadly shot ready for a Gadgets in. But when you're down at 17, sometimes you do have to take risks, so I understand if he opts for the draw as well.
Victory is in my grasp. Fast is fine, but accurate is final.
Alright, so no Shadow Step now for the Gadgets hand, but still the ability to draw just so many cards here. I think this is fine. You really don't have to go for that Shadow Step play because of it. There's the other Gadgets hand after this goes. And Leroy, I mean, things are looking great here for the Rogue. Even a backstab here on the Gadgets hand, kind of fine. Yeah, I don't hate that. Oh wow, with the Conceal is great. You can find that other Shadow Step. Jeez, even the Eviscerate. Once again, knowing that there's no heal. Now there are taunts potentially for blind here. We're not looking at any saps. Only 1 in the deck as a whole. But not able to draw that Sen'jin. Deadly Shot is a must. But we're looking at Leroy, Eviscerate, Hero Power, and that's the game. Got a suspicion this one will be spotted. There it is. Alright. Game 1 goes to Siveure. Miracle Rogue now out of contention, not playable. But let's see what Blind does. I know Blind is a fan of this Hunter list. Let's see if he decides to stick with it. Alright, seems like a lot of thought going into these choices. Makes sense. I mean, we're on the second round of the bracket. Although this is, I believe, Siveure's first game. Yeah. Alright, we're going to see Mage versus Warrior. Now, is this what I think it is? I've seen these lists before, but I can't remember them all as I save them. Oh boy, it is. Strap yourselves in. Because we've got a lot of armoring up to do. Now, I think anyone who's familiar with the game is going to know that typical Freeze Mage, and as you can see, this is not exactly typical, but typical Freeze Mage struggles extremely hard versus Warrior. Now, these Mana Worms going to be able to secure a little bit more of a board presence, push a bit more damage, try to keep this armor as low as possible, but that is basically the name of the game. Blind is going to try to get this number as high as possible, and Siveure is going to try to keep it as low as possible. Eventually, Alex on Blind, and then burst him down with the rest of his spells. So, trying to take a quick look at the list that Siveure is running. How do they fit in these Mana Worms? Only a single Acolyte of Pain, a single Mirror Image, and a single Ice Barrier. One Flame Strike I think is pretty common in a lot of these lists. So yeah, just cutting a bit of the draw, a bit of the stall from Ice Barrier. And I think that's a really good call for this kind of tournament format, right? You gotta know that Warrior's a very real possibility. You've got the option to ban things, though I am a bit surprised he did not choose to ban this Warrior, knowing that Blind had it. But it's just going to make the deck a little more well-rounded. I'm sure it hurts in some of the matchups, but it's also good in some. Now this is interesting, because in standard Freeze Mage, you are saving Mirror Image, Ice Lance, things like that for Antonidas. And the only way to win the matchup is get your Antonidas to generate probably at least 3 Fireballs. I guess it's winnable on 2, but you're really, really hoping for 3. So instead of opting to get these out early and just keep the pressure on from the board, but again, this makes it very interesting because now Whirlwind is able to kill both of these, able to get another draw. Still, this Mana Worm, a bit of an issue unless Execute comes off of the Acolyte draw. But no, instead just going to opt for War Axe. Pretty interesting, yeah. Cool to see how this is played. It's not at all typical. And these Frost Novas could also potentially be used for a bit of tempo here if Siveure decided to, as opposed to just saving it for the Doomsayer combo. But with that trade of the Loot Hoarder, it doesn't look like that's what they're going for. And yeah, I think this is right. Keep the damage on. You're not so concerned with what's on the board. No armor for Blind. This is very cool. Yeah, I think Siveure's playing this extremely well, and I think the deck is built, well, with a lot of thought put into it. Let's say that. Now, I like Whirlwind here to be able to clear before Dissension. But let's see, is Blind gonna opt for that? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'd be comfortable just throwing out Dissension. There is no Fireball in the hand of Siveure, but I think you really have to consider that. As much as you like... Okay, as much as you like Fireball for burn. But okay, I mean, taking the damage, it's kind of playing into what Siveure wants. But very interesting, because now Alex gets a lot less useful, right? Now, we don't need maximum value out of the Doomsayer here. And yeah, it becomes more about armor. So these shield blocks become very important. Armoring up becomes very important. Health, not so much. Alright, things, yeah, suddenly swinging a little bit more in favor of Blind. But yeah, really still anyone's game. Yeah, I like that. I do think it's right to, you know, prevent any additional draw. Sunwalker is quite good in this matchup. The bubble often forces a ping. It's still alive after a flame strike. Yeah, just really, really solid. Now suddenly a lot of damage coming the way of Siveure. Alright, so what are they going to do to deal with this board? Hard to see what a lot of these cards are. Yeah, Antonite is going to be able to generate a bit, right? You got an Ice Lance, you got a coin. But see, stuff like Frost Nova not going to do a lot here. You might just be forced to kill this Rag. Frostbolt, Fireball, something like that. Interesting. Interesting that he opts not to use the Fireball. It does mean fewer Fireballs generated from Antonidas, likely. Seems like he's considering the Frost Nova play, because yeah, could have
Time runs out on me.
Could have done that differently, but okay. I guess still comfortable leaving a 4-5 on board. But blind only has 6 damage with Geddon, so... Now this Yeti. An interesting inclusion in the deck to begin with. But again, pretty good here. No more Flame Strikes in the deck. Now we get Coin Frost Nova. Alright, alright. Okay, not too bad for blind with the owl, right? Owl able to unfreeze one of these minions, probably the Yeti. Right, Chillwind Yeti, freeze doesn't affect him. But gonna Whirlwind first, I guess, to not kill his own owl is my guess. Get the proc off, and unfortunately for Siveure, they do not have 26 mana for all that burn. Alright, so can they stabilize? I mean, they're staring at 10 damage. Just gonna use those Antonidas fireballs, right? Which is smarter than using the fireballs that you normally include in the deck. But Gorehell, gonna seal the deal. Pretty much what you'd expect from Warrior versus Freeze Mage here. But a way more interesting match than you'd initially think, just the way that that list is built. So, alright, let's see. Warrior now out of contention. Do we see the Freeze Mage again? Yeah, give these players a minute to decide what they're gonna do. That's right, so it's going to be Mage versus Hunter. Now, this one also gets very interesting. I've played this matchup as the Control Hunter a number of times. And I do think it's Acolyte here into the bow. I'm not so... I don't love it, but I'm not sure that he's got that many other options. But he has cut a lot of the draw, right? One less Acolyte. I guess it's not a lot of draw, it's just the one Acolyte, hey? Cut that, he cut the barrier. So I do think it's worse against Hunter, against his Control Hunter, than your standard Freeze Mage. So maybe built a little more with that Warrior in mind. Not able to take it out. Could put him in a difficult position for this matchup. Wow, okay, not hitting the Acolyte. Now, of course, Blind has no idea what's in the hand of Siveure, but I think he's going to really regret not taking that out. I'm actually surprised to see the secret here. I feel like just getting the draw is a lot more important. But I'm also guessing with just how little this Control Hunter deck is played. Probably not a lot of experience in the matchup either. Okay, opting to draw off of the Arcane Intellect. I think that's fine. This is freezing, right? Yeah, not swinging in is okay. Neverhuffer. Easily the worst companion the Blind could have rolled here. It's a bit unfortunate. Alright, let's see. Siveure now able to draw more, whether it's with the hero power or something else. Interesting. Getting the Acolyte picked up. Killing Leok. No. Changes his mind. Plays the Ice Block. Very, very interesting. He does have to play the matchup a bit different with only the one Ice Barrier. But I think Blind actually in a very winnable position all of a sudden. Also, keep in mind, he's getting extra charges off of the barrier, right? This procs when any secret's revealed, not just your own. Alright, gets the draw. Frost Nova Doomsayer, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, Blind just sitting here on a deadly shot. Great in this match. Can plop down a Sen'jin after, or even just Juggler's hero power. I think the deadly shot is obvious, but Sen'jin doesn't die to Flame Strike.
But accurate is final.
Yeah, I like it. I like the Sen'jin play. It's threatening a lot. Even Flame Strike would spawn a couple hyenas. Yeah, for a matchup that I think is generally unfavored for Blind here, doing quite well. Yeah, unsurprising we see the Blizzard. Now, does he use the Ice Lance at all? No. He still has Frostbolt as a proc. I think he does want it just as a finisher, especially because he's sitting on this ice block. But it's not going to be easy for him to deal 29. Boy, that is a lot of burn, though. Couple turns away from that Pyroblast, you can start thinking about it. But yeah, I'm not sure. Having that Acolyte picked up, like, he really, really, really wants that second ice block. If he had that, I think he's actually doing okay here. Alright, Smooth removes 5 damage from the board. Freezing Face means he can't proc as is, right? He's got 17 with the hero power. I like the Doomsayer play here. Really, I think it's just to tank damage. See F's in chat. I'm assuming that's for the previous game, not because the stream went down. And it looks like the stream went down. Oh boy. Well, let's see. Technical issues. There we go. Stream is back. Alright. Strange. Alright. Stream is back. Yeah, really not sure what happened. Maybe something to do with the delay. If we're dropping frames or something like that. Though I don't see any drop frames. Yeah, this is, well, very, very interesting. So Leroy to proc. You can hero power to put him to 2 first. Did I just see a Hunter's? I see Hunter's Mark after the Pyromancer. Okay, okay. Sorry, focusing a bit on just making sure the stream's back up. So Frost Nova, not going to be enough here. Even if he draws off the Acolyte, just no way to get that ice block and play it. That's going to be it. Blind's going to take it. Well done. Hopefully that didn't ruin the VOD or anything like that, but keep an eye on things. So that's it. 2-1 for Blind. Now let's reset this to 0. Reset this to 0. We'll wait on updating the bracket, but this is what it looks like. Now we got Piddox and Petite. So also the first we're seeing of Piddox. Do we have them here? We got Petite. Q. Whenever. Piddox. Now, do we have to do a little digging to see who he is? Let's see. Let's see. Don't see him there. As is. Look into the respondents. I've got him here in Discord. Which one is he? It is Petite. Okay, let's just reach out in Discord. Petite, queue up. Do your thing. Alright. Oh. Petite. I just sent it to Petite twice because I'm an idiot. Padox. That's who I'm looking for. Padox. I looked up the wrong name here. Padox is actually also Piddox. Okay. Let's see if we can't find him here. There we go. Send a message. Add him. Yeah, do not see him here. I guess we'll keep an eye on Petite just in case. See them chatting, I just don't want to spoil it in the main classic server. But they're definitely here. I believe just viewing the stream. Alright, so might take a minute here. Let's update the brackets. 2 for blind, 1 for Siveure. Very cool match as well. Very, very cool. Well, we might just have to wait. If they don't see our messages, not really a lot we can do. I've already sent out all the friend requests. Oh, here they are. They're online. Here, I can... they're not in-game, but I can send it as a Blizzard message. There we go. There we go. Maybe that gets through. Trying to go as speedy as possible. Wow. Of course, that wipes that completely clean. Okay, there we go. Sounds like we're getting it pretty soon. Probably going to take them just a sec. Let me get some water. My scraggly voice is getting scragglier. Thanks everyone for watching here. Let's hope the stream cooperates and stays up. Oh, I see more RIP and question marks. Is that for the stream? No, stream looks good. For people losing. All right. Yeah, now I'm nervous that things are gonna drop. Oh, there we go. Doing battle. Okay. Okay, Petite here, starting on Shaman. Padox here as Druid. I don't think I heard the bans for this one either. If they have rogues, I'll just assume they're rogues. Alright, just gonna dig through things a little bit here. Now, somebody did mention before. We'll scroll up just a bit. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, somebody mentioned before, right? You got different pronoun requests. You send them out. Piddox here requested he be addressed as the Holy Almighty. So we got the Holy Almighty Piddox. Oh, let me also spectate. Up top here, playing Druid. This is their list. Seeing a tempo BGH, okay. So do like no real BGH targets unless Flame Tongue's gonna put something in range, so might as well do it. Pretty holy almighty play. So yeah, the Feral Spirit potential option does trade decently well here with the BGH. But I like this Lightning Bolt actually. I think Earthshock's worth saving. Ooh, okay, interesting. I do like the idea of holding onto the Feral Spirit just because the overload I think kind of ruins your next turn. But that's got me thinking he wants to coin out the Drake, right? Because a single overload wouldn't allow that. But boy, we've seen Shaman whiff on hexes. I really do like saving those Earth Shocks if that's the only silence you've got. For Sylvanas. Even potentially War here. And because Innervate is always a threat with Druid, you just never know when it's coming. But yeah, coining out the Drake. Not too shabby start from both players, actually. Both going to be able to build a board, right? Shaman's doing what they want to do. Druid, well, they didn't draw ramp, but still. Got some very high value cards coming, 5, 6, 7, depending on what they want to do. But I'm interested to see what happens with the Black Knight, right? We're probably going to see this hit. Black Knight on Sen'jin, you never complain about it, but, you know, Ancient of War is a huge target. Potentially Druid of the Claw being taunted, huge target. And Piddox with just no respect. Piddox may be holy, may be almighty. But throwing out 2 taunts could come back to bite him here. Alright, giant lightning bolt for 5 damage. Petite saying, I don't even need 6 mana, don't need the Black Knight. And now we get to see, because Sylvanas on this board really doesn't look pretty, right? Sure, you can test this. It's not a great trade here. But if all you're giving up is this Defender of Argus, it's not even a huge deal for Petite here. Yeah, Wild Growth on turn 6, certainly less than ideal. Not surprised at all to see this Wrath. Okay, Wrath, Wild Growth, Hero Power. Not exactly sure how much that mana is going to help, but that little bit of mana versus a little bit of draw, I gotta think the mana is slightly better just because it gives you the ability to play 2 cards in a row or a card in a hero power where you otherwise wouldn't be able to. But Petite, I think it's just going to do Shaman things here. Spread this board wide. Stuff that's very difficult to deal with. Harvest Golem is just an absolute pain for Druid. Be right back 1 second. Gotta shut off my room. That's right. No time to clean the place today. We're nerding out. We're degenerates. We're living dirty. Okay, so taking a lot of time to think about this. Interesting play with the Drake. Maybe hoping to hit something that they can play with the Innervate here. I'm not sure why Padox didn't opt to just go with the lore. You know, knowing what this Shaman list looks like, there's not a ton of burst potential. You've got some Wind Fury, Rock Biter combos, but it's not like you're looking at a Bloodlust or anything like that. I feel like this is the same mistake that Dino had in his Druid matchup, where it's, you know, trying to play it too aggressively, not playing it for the longer game, which it's almost bound to be every time you play against Shaman here. But admittedly, it's going to be difficult to play against a mid-range list like this. I really do think Petite has got this list specifically targeted towards Druid. And here we go. 6 mana, Golden Black Knight. What do you think? I'll let you guys choose. What do you think he's going to play here? What do you think Petite is going to play? Oh. Golden Black Knight. I mean, it's beautiful. The only, like, scare, I guess, here would be what? Like a spell power swipe, but so difficult to pull off. He's already seen the Thalnos. Already seen one of the Drakes. Obviously, excuse me, we know it's not in the hand of Padox right now. I think that's why you're seeing this trade here. Just too vulnerable to that spell power swipe. Alright, just reading in chat here from Carlado. Padox banned Druid, and Petite banned Shaman. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. So I guess they just decided to play those lists. Oh, you think that list is strong? Well, hey, let me show you mine. It's so far looking quite favorable for Petite. I really don't know how Padox gets back into this one. Like I said, I think Spell Power Swipe is basically the only way. Force of Nature, able to remove some damage from the board, but really not a lot. Everything here is very weak. He's got to play for 2 turns. And we're looking at Alec here just popping in next to this Flame Tongue anyway. I hate to call these games early, but it's quite the uphill climb here for Piddox. Okay. 6 damage on board. How much in hand? You could have another 6, another 3 there. Or once again, you can just do Shaman things. Go wide. Plop down the Fire Elemental. Yeah, Feral Spirits. He's not going to be able to double spell power. I think this turn, Padox is really just choosing how do they want to go out. Unfortunately, Druid cannot equip a weapon and bash their face into something until they're dead. You know, hero power into this wolf, maybe. Alright, 8 mana, so you can get out the Alec here, but not with the Lightning Bolt. What is that? 6, 8, 11, 14. So going to be 1 off, if my math is correct. Probably still worth doing, honestly. Not really a risk of Piddox stabilizing at any point. But honestly, the plays here just don't matter, you know. You can throw just about anything out and be fine. Yeah, this is where you need to draw that Genie card from Standard. Is it even in Standard? I don't know. But they're wishing for something and not going to be able to get it here. So first win down here for Petite. That does mean Shaman's out. Druid very strong. I would expect to see it again. Pretty quick to get back into the queue. No, warrior versus rogue. Okay. Okay, well. Let's take a look. What does this warrior look like? Padox. And Petite. Rogue. Okay. I do remember a bit of this when I was setting this up. Patient Assassin here in the Miracle Rogue list of Pedice. I love this card. I always feel like it's something that could get a lot of value. I don't know if it's there for the Druid matchup, maybe. You know, that poison just able to take out some big taunts. Curious what the thought process was there, but just love to see it. Something different. I never understand these novice engineers, though, over Shiv. You know, you're not getting the spell power. 1/1 body's just not that great. And it's not going to generate draws off of the gadget sand. So that one I'm not so sold on, but hey, Patient Assassin, very cool. On the other side of things, we're seeing heavier at the 4-drop spot. Actually, some cards, but just a single Kor'kron, single Sen'jin. Single Sunwalker. Okay, so not too heavy on the taunts. Even a cleave. So yeah, this looks like it can deal with something like Zoo a little better, but just a bit more balanced. Not too much on the high end. You're not going for Karen. Yeah, but still got the Sylvanas, still got the Gorehel. It's very interesting. Yeah, just I guess going for a smoother curve is kind of the idea there. So let's see how this goes. Now, Slam Whirlwind. Looking pretty juicy here for Padox. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see. And still able to stay on like 6 armor here, which is quite a big deal. I mean, no shield slam in hand at the moment. But it's quite a good card for, well, anything Drake and below. Though, now that I look at the list, Petite not running Drake. Very interesting. So I guess, yeah, with the novices, I kind of see them as replacements for Shiv. Patient Assassin, I guess, is for one of the Drakes. And then loaded up with double Cold Blood. Yeah, just very interesting list there. Okay, so plopping down a Drake. Decent body. How's Petite going to deal with it? Okay. So very interesting, right? Backstab's free, Deadly Poison's 1. There was the option of doing like Gadgets and Coin Backstab, Deadly Poison, and getting a few draws. With no Conceal in hand, I feel it's a little greedy to hope for more off your Gadgets in, but anyone who's seen the stream before also knows I'm not the best Miracle Rogue player, so perhaps Petite doing the right thing here, but certainly has me a bit perplexed at the moment. And now Padox applying a lot of pressure. 7 damage from hand with the Gorehel. Fairly substantial. Now double Farce here going to help to stabilize a bit here. But yeah, this is nothing to scoff at. It's looking like a shield block at the corner. Yeah. Boy, these upside down cards. Yeah, lots and lots of different plays here. Really, I think I like just Acolyte, Whirlwind, look to execute that, and maybe Hero Power. You can still shield block later. This Rogue's going to generate so much burst to be able to get you down after that. Gorehel, though. Interesting choice. I mean, no weapon removal is going to be coming from Petite, so yeah, gonna be able to chunk away at these Farseers. Potentially an Edwin if there is one. I mean, a lot of value off of it. Just gonna be taking a lot of damage as well. But again, yeah, Petite opting to not get the gadget sent out. No draws. I think just holding on for that conceal. Not even utilizing Cold Bloods to strip the armor. Yeah, not really sure what the game plan is here other than just digging for conceal. And quite honestly, I just don't think that's going to work. But let's see here. Same plays are kind of a potential. Now with the Armor Smith and the Acolyte, makes Whirlwind a lot more valuable. I don't know what else you'd be holding the Executes for, considering Drakes just aren't in the list of Pedice. The only argument I can really see is if you hit, you're able to armor up as well. So you're really only taking 1 damage. But honestly, that Execute could be worth 1 health as well. Probably not a big deal what the decision is here. Both plays look just fine to me. Alright, opts for the Execute. Well, there's the conceal. This is what you've been waiting for, Petite. Prove me wrong. Show you can do something with it. It is a lot of cards. But Warrior's still sitting here at 31. Got a shield block. Rag here to snipe the Auctioneer. Yeah, I still like the position of Padox, and I gotta think Rag is the play. Even if it goes face, not the worst thing in the world. But you're really, really hoping it hits that Auctioneer. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep things interesting. 4/4 body on the board is good. Sap, very powerful. Suddenly able to push a lot of damage, and there's Leroy with a Shadow Step in hand. Alright. Well, how much damage are we looking at all of a sudden? Wow. I mean, this is 12, another potential 12 from Leroy. Yeah, I like that. Wow. Because the other conceal could be very, very valuable here, but now 2 giant bodies and only 1 BGH in hand. It's going to look like Slam, Execute, BGH. Potentially a Taskmaster instead. Let's see. Yeah, Petite certainly doing work. Can't slam your own face. Alright. That's acceptable. Yeah, doing a lot. And yeah, suddenly I really like the position that they're in.
I've got the beast in my sight.
15 damage. Leroy double Shadow Step. That's 18. So I gotta do something here. Right? Shield block, Senjin. We've seen, what, 1 sap down. Looking at the list, there are 2 saps. There are 2. I believe we've only seen the 1. Too bad we didn't get to see Patient Assassin featured here, but game is not over. There's the conceal. And getting right down to the bottom of the deck here. Setting up for... Okay, yeah, with the sap, setting up for almost guaranteed lethal next turn. What can Padox do to stabilize? Sunwalker just gets sapped, so that's not going to be great. Shield block is 5, but can only do so much. I'm sure Piddox is counting. 0 Shadow Steps gone. 3 cards in the deck. The chances that this is coming out next turn are just so high. Yeah, a lot to think about, a lot to process, but I feel like we've all been here before. You're thinking about every potential play, and I just don't know that there's one that could possibly save Padox. I think this is the best you can do. Right, that's 19.
I'm almost out of cards.
Yeah, it's okay. You can just draw your whole deck. You don't have to worry. I think that's what Petite is worried about. The overdraw from the auctioneer just doesn't matter. Send it, shadow step. I don't know, maybe Padox hopes for a misclick here. There's a couple whelps on board trying to guard. There we go. No misclicks. Petite takes it 2-0. Well done. Very well done. Yeah, I thought maybe waiting too long on that auctioneer, but hey. Absolutely proved me wrong. Very well done. And that's going to move us on to the semifinals. So this is what the bracket's going to look like. 2-0. GG's. Haskand versus Matrix. Very interested to see this. As far as I know, 2 very skilled players. From what we've seen today, I'd have to agree. But yeah, still best of 3. Let's go. Let's send the... Do we still have something on the clipboard? We do. You up and you up. All right. Yeah, a bit of a spoiler for the players here. But it's the only way we can do it. Keep moving things along. So yeah, let's see. Let's see where this goes. Keep this open. 1 minute. No problem. Yeah, so maybe we just take a quick sneak peek at what's coming up for the Americas tournament, which is at this point about a little less than 5 hours. A little less than 5 hours away. Gonna be interesting. So we've got 15 people. Tim Kago, the lucky one with the bye. So yeah, it sounds like people don't want to stay up too late. You know, a lot of games to cast. My voice certainly doesn't mind. These games are going to be played simultaneously. We'll probably go through the first round all simultaneously. Round 2 as well, played simultaneously. I'll cast probably one of the series in each. And, oh yeah, this website is just awesome. And then I'll make sure to do both the semifinals and the finals games. So that's what we got on deck today, right? It'll be a separate stream for sure. We're not going to like run over from the EU one into the NA. But yeah, if you are watching this on YouTube or something, it should be up in the next day after this tournament. But YouTube's processing times on large videos are also very, well, questionable. You never know when it's going to be done. So as soon as possible, as soon as we can get up the two different tournaments, they'll be up. So keep an eye on that. Oh, it looks like we're just about ready to get Matrix and Haskand. So yeah, rank 6, rank 17, obviously. Very, very good here. Perfect. Yeah, excited to see. I'm hoping this isn't another kind of draw-dependent thing, right? Matrix just got absolutely bodied playing Druid against Zoo. Extremely draw-dependent there. Haskand drew amazingly. Well, Haskand's opponent, who was it? Freaks, I believe, drew extremely poorly versus Shaman. But, you know, when you got these real high skill players going up head to head against each other, you want to see good games. You really, really want to see good games. So here we go. All right, got Matrix, and then we'll jump in with Haskand. Let's see. I have not heard of bans either. Yeah, haven't heard bans yet. Interesting. Rogue is still available. I'm going to assume that they did it. Again, all goes through Carlado. Perhaps he'll throw it out there in chat or whatever. Okay. Let me get the decks ready. So, we got Matrix here. Alright. Quick emote. Love it. Absolutely love it. What is it? Druid. Oh, the emotes are really coming out. I love it. I love this back and forth. Maybe I don't want to stir anything up, but I mean, maybe these players have played each other a lot on ladder here. I imagine if there's emoting going on during the tournament, probably not exclusive to that, so who knows? Could be some bad blood, or could just be all within fun sportsmanship, which is probably much more likely. So now we have, I believe we didn't get to see this Miracle Rogue from Haskand before. I could be wrong on that. My memory is terrible. But certainly seeing this Druid here with Harrison, which is interesting in this matchup. Interesting. Early sap on this engine. There's certainly bigger targets. I guess that's where the thanks comes from. But you also don't want to leave this engine on board without a proper way to contest, right? There's a spell power, but no eviscerate. Yeah, just no real good bodies for it. Also interesting to see, I'm very curious when this Harrison gets used. The dream is to hit it on a deadly poison, but I feel like when you're laddering, that's a lot easier, because when you're laddering, you're like, you don't know the opponent's deck, you don't really expect Harrison in a Druid, so you're more willing to just throw out a deadly poison, pass the turn with a 3-2 weapon. But here I don't think Haskand is going to make that mistake.
I must safeguard the land.
Alright, so a number of bodies, one sap down, and a board that's going wide. But the dream, concealed gadget sand. Yeah, you have to imagine a swing into this engine. I'm just going to devalue that Harrison for now. But Ancient of War. Haskand's going to have to do some pretty good drawing to deal with that. One more sap in the deck. Of course, the ability to beef up that gadget sand. Maybe send it in. But yeah, gotta think that's the play. I might see the deadly poison because there's a Blade Flurry in hand. It's not a great clear at the moment, right? No spell power to clean up the 2-4, but potentially a dagger up swing after. Okay, I guess gonna take 5 damage. and then Blade Flurry. Is that correct? Yeah, so I think we're going to see this prep get played. It's just a matter of ordering. Do you want to prep on the Blade Flurry, save 2 mana? Are you sure you want to Cold Blood? Because that's going to be less mana. Okay. Now we see some spell power here on the Thalnos. But interesting. Edwin. We got the Conceal. And we don't see the swing. Okay, well this is the Harrison Dream. A lot of potential damage here. No sap just yet. Yeah, very painful. Honestly though, you know, I mentioned before I don't think Haskand's going to make that mistake. I don't think... it still did seem like Haskand was really considering it, like a swing in and then a Blade Flurry after. I think it was less a mistake, more a calculated risk. Because you don't know what you're going to draw. You don't know if you should prep or dagger up or whatever first. And you've only got so much time on your turn, so... I do still think very understandable. And now, 16 damage here if a sap can be discovered. With what? With a Leroy and a Shadow Step. So, I mean, that would be 28 for 6/8. Yeah, if that was a sap off the top, I believe that's lethal. Now, what you can do, you could Leroy. No, you're not able to do something like that. You've got to play something. Yeah, you got to play something to force a draw first. If you had something like a backstab, I guess you could dig for lethal. But we'll see it like this instead. Crap fan, unsurprising. Yeah, this is still a very close game, but gotta have that second sap. There it is. Hey, is it the time to play it now that you've damaged the board so much? Certainly wondering if Haskand is regretting playing the first sap on the Senjin. Coming right down to the wire as far as time on their turn. Wow. Boy, so much going on. It's hard to even commentate. Okay, so down at 13. I've been paying so much attention to Haskand's hand. Not enough on Matrix. It's a BGH keeper doing a lot here. But yeah, there was no Force Roar combo. Finish off Haskand. It's a little unfortunate. So now 21 damage. And what do we have here? I can barely see the cards. We've got a Leroy, a Shadow Step, Cold Blood, no second Shadow Step. Okay. Well, instead of like predicting and, you know, trying to really commentate through this, I'm just going to let Haskand walk us through this. What do we do in this position? Because this is pretty wild. And it's really difficult because considering Haskand can't win this turn, I don't believe there's any way that they can like force draws or anything to win this turn. It means we're very likely to see something else, like a giant taunt come out. Assuming that there isn't even like a Force Roar or potentially just a Force in Nature. To finish off Haskand? No. If they're going to be able to clear the board without taking damage, no risk of that. Wow. And only 3 cards left in the deck. Yeah, taking the 2 probably isn't an issue. Hit and heal. So again, another risk. If you didn't Force Roar the last turn, it means you didn't have it. Matrix can't get lucky enough to top deck it, so okay. Got big taunts. You don't really have to diversify with 2 though, right? A lot of times you would play like Druid or the Clock or Senjin, but with 2 saps down, it's also fine to just Ancient War. What else to consider here, though? I gotta think it's just big taunts. You could charge the Druid of the Claw into one of those, which is somewhat valuable. I mean, you do know that a Blade Flurry is left in the deck with a 3-attack weapon, so you know, potentially forcing that hit right away is better, but yeah, definitely going to be a solid play here, because Haskand has just got to break through this giant 5/10 all of a sudden. Oh, I see. Already for the next one, Blind is banned Druid and Petite is banned Hunter. Alright, you guys can remember that. Didn't see what the bans were for this one. That's okay. Okay, so healing up. And here's the question. Does Haskand... Okay, Blade Flares now. I like this. I like this a lot. Because, yeah, I think you want to preserve those bodies on board. Try to maximize damage out of it. And now actually out of Force Roar range. But we're looking at just 2 giant taunts again.
Almost out of cards.
So interesting. So, wow. What is this last card? I don't know. I certainly haven't been keeping enough track, but I'm sure Haskand knows what this is. If it were... Yeah, if it were anything, I could deal 3 damage, so like another... No, it can't be a Cold Blood. Both the Cold Bloods are gone. Not sure if both the Eviscerates are gone. Wow. Wow. Interesting. Not even going to try. I feel like there was still a chance there if you played out the Gadgets in and just tried to go one more turn. But okay. I mean, certainly a difficult position. That's going to give the first win to Matrix. Hell of a game. Hell of a game. I think very well played by both of them. Both players showing their skill, absolutely. But that does mean that a Druid is down. Miracle Rogue still existing here. And, well, I'm not sure if we'll see it next, but I gotta think Miracle Rogue is still on the docket if we get 2 more games. Warrior and Warlock. Alright, alright. Let's switch the decks over. Here's what we got from Matrix. This is what we got from Haskand. So, Handlock and Warrior. Now, I have seen people debate this matchup endlessly as to who's favorite. I feel like most people are on the side of Handlock being favored. I think I am as well. But this is a very skillful matchup. I do think if you're a talented Warrior player, you can at least make this a lot closer than people make it out to be. So I won't try to like make up win rates or anything like that. Interesting. Coining out the Armor Smith. Okay. I am curious what the strategy is here. Trying to deal with some early minions. If you've got a Shield Slam, stuff like Shield Block and Armor Up is great, but with no Shield Slam in hand, I guess, yeah, I guess just opting for this, and with an Execute, you get a favorable trade here, potentially a BGH. That's another thing worth noting. A lot of people probably quote win rates from ladder. The fact that this is an open tournament, right? Matrix knows to keep this BGH in hand. Absolutely. You're going to want to mulligan for BGH. You don't have to worry about getting all those low things. You're not looking for slams and taskmasters and things like that. I do love seeing this, though. It's impossible to commentate, but these two players, not just demonstrating skill, but just demonstrating proficiency with these lists. They've played these matchups tons of times, hundreds, maybe thousands of times, I would have to bet. They know exactly what they're doing in these positions, don't even have to think about it. We're starting to get to that Molten Giant range, alright? Now, we don't see any Molten Giants in hand, but something that Matrix has to consider. But very interesting. I mean, Shield Block, Shield Slam, going to be super proficient at removing, well, a lot of what we see here. Right, with the 3 armor already, the ability to armor up again, like this Drake, can just be absolutely melted. I do like the denial of draw, though. I think generally something like that, or potentially hitting like a Sylvanas, is going to be a lot better than hitting an Ancient Watcher. Play the shield block off the top. Try to hide the information that you've got this other one in hand. Really interesting draw, too. 15 is like the magic number that you want to get handlocks to. Now, I'm not sure about getting to 15 this early, but 15, right before you burst them down, right, you get the 3 damage from the Fiery War Axe and another 12 from this combo. Pretty much the ideal situation, and we're seeing Haskand reacting to this sort of aggressive stance that that Matrix has taken in the matchup. Harrison Jones, unfortunately, not going to be able to put any hands in museums today. But just not a lot here from Haskand, so going to draw. I think it's wise to put up the Argus, especially with another in hand. Okay, well now finally these players have slowed down, which is great. A lot to think about. You really want to save that Taskmaster for the Grom. You know, just 1 damage off of lethal as is. So I'm sure Matrix hoping to secure something on the board. Now, Power Overwhelming Shadow Flame, going to be able to wipe this if Haskand chooses. Interesting decision. Oh, okay. A tap at the end here. I was going to say to tap or not, because, yeah, puts Haskand in that position where, okay, great, you can get that Molten Giant. Wow, I wonder if that was actually the play, was playing around Tinkmaster. I thought that was such an obvious run out, but yeah, no, that makes sense. Save the Molten Giant for the time where you can taunt it, play around Tinkmaster. You can Faceless it, yeah. Yeah, okay. I thought I was going crazy when I saw this Arcane Golem for just a second. Fantastic. So yeah, gonna finally secure things. So okay, now we're starting to look at Brawl. 13 cards left in the deck. YOLO Tinkmaster, 50% to hit a Molten Giant, 50% on top of that to get a Squirrel. Matrix, just too good, I guess. I do think Taskmaster there was an interesting consideration. Still saving it for the Grom, I guess, because of Alex, which makes a lot of sense. But this is gonna leave, yeah, leave 3 damage on board plus 12 from hand. Matrix is gonna take it. Oh, very well done. Very, very well done. But again, I think both players played it quite well. And jeez, just fast. Just fast. Impressive. So, let's take another look at the bracket. It's going to move Gonna move Matrix into the finals. 2-0 over Haskand. Well done. GG. Now we got Blind versus Petite. Let's reach out, get them ready. Spoil things for the two of them. Blind. Do it. Petite. Do it. Wow. Yeah, keep in mind, the finals, best of 5. So we still got a good amount of Hearthstone today. But who's going to take on Matrix? Alright, let's get things reset here. 0-0 on the win counter. Alright, preparing the battle. I'm just going to get a little bit more water so I can make it through the final stretch here. Okay, just still waiting for him to queue up. Stream still running, hopefully. No crashing. Good, good. Yeah, boy, this is just this is flown by. What? I mean, almost 4 hours here. Almost 4 hours, but only 2 sets left, and I gotta say, I'm kind of sad about it. Even though we got another tournament in like 4 hours. Alright, preparing. Yes. Maybe I'm not clear enough when I say queue up whenever. I don't know what I should be saying. Play now. Go. Do it. Do the thing. Fight each other to the death. But it's all good. All good. Alright. I think everyone's getting into the swing of it anyway. Yeah, and then hopefully it'll be a little bit more coordinated with the NA stuff. I've got a bit of a rhythm here. And I'll probably just reach out to the participants that we're going to spectate, you know, before we get started. And shouldn't be as much waiting, at least for the early times. Boy, I'm so zoned out, I was just about to mulligan here for Petite. But let's see, let's get these decks ready. So, Petite here with the Shaman. Now, I did mention the bans before. Let me dig that up again because I've certainly forgotten. Druid here for blind. Great. Great. So, blind bans Druid, Petite bans Hunter. Okay, so ban and control Hunter, which I do know was, I think it was Blind's first choice. He said he thought it was a great deck. And he's like, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that, but what else should I run? Now here we go, seeing 2 hexes in hand right away against Druid. That's what you love to see if you're Petite. I mean, maybe a little hard on the hexes. But this is, you know, token Druid, where there's fewer amazing hex targets. Of course, tons of good stuff, but you know, you're not hitting Ancient of War, that kind of thing. You're looking at the Reg, you're looking at Ancient of Lore, maybe Druid of the Claw.
I must safeguard the land.
Okay, just getting the keeper out. Don't bother to save it for a silence, and yeah, taking another look at the list, I think that makes a lot of sense. Some okay silence targets, but probably better to just secure the board here. Nothing real surprising at this point. Just a matter of people playing minions on curve. Now, do we see... Okay. Yeah, I like this. I like the Drake bolt with the spell power. A very good chance that that Drake actually stays on board. Not seeing a swipe coming here from blind. So if blind, yeah, does try to spread things out a bit more. Lightning Storm with spell power is pretty good. 50% chance to kill that Drake. 50% chance to kill this keeper here. So.
The light protects me.
Yeah, definitely expecting to see Lightning Storm. I don't think the Overload's a big issue. 1 in 4 chance to roll the Spell Power Totem. But looks like Petite is considering Lightning Bolt as well. Okay. Oh, and a Hex. Yeah, interesting call there, but I like it, right? Like I said, there's not a ton of super high value targets. He probably wants to save the 1 Hex for Reg. Unless he's in desperate need, of course. But there we go. There's the swipe. Gonna be able to wipe the board. Choosing to draw here. I don't mind that, right? Keep the bubble. Power of the Wild is going to get a lot of value if the Argent Squire sticks on the board with some other stuff to get the buff. And yeah, you're at 30 life. You're not worried about any kind of burst coming your way. Things just kind of reset. Both players get another chance to build up the board again with pretty full hands. Alright, Totem first, I guess, is just the only consideration. But I like this. Doomhammer, it's not going to lock him out of the Black Knight next turn. If for some reason he's got an opportunity to do it. Once again, not really many targets unless there's a basically mistake. Druid of the Claw taunt. But it's actually possible that the Petite here would just want to run out the Black Knight next turn as a 4-5. Still got the option of Feral Spirit, Totem, all kinds of things, but this Doomhammer just presents a lot of damage over time. And when you're at this health total, it's, oh wow. Exactly what you want to see from the Reg. Take out that pesky 1-1, and then turn into a beefy frog. But really, yeah, Doomhammer, I think, in this matchup is just going to be clearing a lot of minions. Either on their own, if you're seeing like 3/2s popping out of Power of the Wild, or just finishing off some of these other things, right? 3 damage from a Fire Elemental, you can take another 5. Of course, you have to keep in mind 14 is the magic number in this matchup. I think that's exactly what we see, right? A couple bops, you take 8. Although, boy, there's a lot to consider here. Because we're looking at combo with Innervate and Power of the Wild. Yeah, so looking to preserve his life. Good call. Good call. That could have been a costly mistake if he takes too much damage there. But yeah, saving charges on this Doomhammer. Right? This is like a strictly minion Doomhammer, I guess.
Attention, class.
Alright. So at any point here, Petite has the ability to push a lot of damage. Just the way things are going with like a Rock Biter here. But we're still in that phase where it's just smart to clean up, right? Couple hits here. Okay, and a lightning bolt. Yeah, just fine. Don't need the taunts. I don't think the overload would hurt at all. But geez. Yeah, presenting a lot of damage. 12, potentially 22, 23, 27 even. Whereas Blind here, just desperate for anything to play.
I must safeguard the land.
Yep, I think this is the right call. 6-2 trades too favorably into the lore. Savage Roar, Force of Nature. I really think he needs to bank on to win the game, but also just trades unfavorably there. Yeah, overall, I think just being played very well by both players. But, said it a lot of times this tournament already. Mid-range Shaman, very good versus Druid. Alright, looking like maybe a desperation draw here. Yeah, I see those rock biters, Pedice. I see them. Thanks for helping me count lethal, though. I need it every now and then. Wow. Wow. A lot of potential bursts sitting here. Unfortunately, just no time. Yeah, I guess Blind is really just considering, you know, do you save this? He's staring, how much? 10, 12, 14? He's staring at 18 damage. I actually think from his perspective, probably the winning play is just like hero power pass. I don't think you ever win if you get the Violet Teacher out. But you're really relying on like this double combo with the Innervate Savage Roar to do something. Yeah, he's just hoping it's kind of a dead draw. It's awkward, doesn't look great, but no, I think that's the right move. So, Petite, go ahead and do it. Show us what those double rock biters do. Win number 1. Gonna go to Petite with, oh my lord, that satisfying smash twice. Blind making him do the work, not conceding. I love it. Alright, so no Hunter from Blind. What does that mean? He's got a Warrior. Still got the Druid. Which honestly, I still think is a good play, right? He's got the hardest counter out of the way in Shaman. By out of the way, I mean he's lost to it already. So yeah, let's see what he opts to do. Yeah, stick with Druid. I think that's right, but... yeah.
I will fight to protect the
Let me bring up this rogue. There it is. No Druid from Petite, but Petite is just going to say, oh, well, you don't want to give me one of the best 2 decks in the game, I'll just play the other one. Gadgets and Coin Conceal, I gotta say, pretty good. No Deadly Shot in Druid. I gotta think that's where the ban came from. Yeah. Blind is on a clock, basically. I think that's how he wins this game. He's got to curve out nicely. You're talking like top deck Harvest Golem into any kind of turn 4 play. Violet Teacher, 5-6, that kind of thing. But with this, I just don't think he presents enough damage. That Gadgets and Draw Engine's going to get underway. Wow, and even stuff like that, like, just so good. Earthen Ring contesting the board while you're sitting on the Dream here.
I must safeguard the land.
Holy cow. So even the option to coin, gadgets, and prep conceal. Kind of interesting. You get one fewer draw. But I like this. I don't think you need to be that greedy. Right? You're not guaranteed to get the other conceal or the other gadgets in. You kind of want the mana going forward. Taking out that Argent Squire. Also good when Power of the Wild is a possibility in this matchup.
Steals anywhere.
Wow. Even drawn with the backstab, yeah. Of course we're seeing the coin. Big surprise, conceal. And double sap. So yeah, once again sap. It's kind of like Hex in the other matchup. Not going to be as useful if Blind's not running these super beefy minions. But, you know, even a sap just to force mana to play Druid of the Claw black. Jeez. To play Druid of the Claw back out. Say that 3 times real fast. Honestly, I think it's just great. Yeah, allows him to push damage here. It's got the other conceal. This is what players have nightmares about the day before the tournament. Such a powerful draw. So many things that are good here. You want to conceal, so, you know, Fan doesn't look great, but push 8 damage, conceal. Maybe you're going to Novice or something. Let's just see. Maybe we get to see the Patient Assassin. I quite like it here. Yeah, you know there's a Druid of the Claw sitting in the hand of Blind. You can't exactly run it out unless he swipes. But again, it's that same thing. He swipes face. Well, he's just going to leave 8 damage on board there. Yeah, such a tough position to be in. The only thing that Blind's got going for him is we haven't yet seen Leroy. But I think it's only a matter of time. A bit of a mistake there, playing the Thanatos out after, but I think that's just a symptom of panicking a bit. There's the Leroy. Is he just dead? Counting 21, I think he's just dead with the deadly poison, right? Wow. Backstab just in case. Alright, alright. We do see it. GG, quick one. I think the writing was on the wall right from the start there, unfortunately. Miracle Rogue doing Miracle Rogue things. But overall, I mean, I think Blind played well there. Petite obviously played very well. Drew extremely well, but still making the correct plays. 1 second. All right, try to clear my throat out here for the finals. But you know what that means? It means good draws facing good draws. Matrix, I think, had a lot of luck. On top of a lot of skill, you know, that Tink Master on the Taunted Molten Giant, for example. Oh, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Petite. Alright. Play when ready, right? We're just into the finals. I'm not crazy. That is correct. We are just into the finals. Oops, not -1. 2-0. Petite on Blind, and we're going into best of 5 here. So, Petite and Matrix. Play when ready. Matrix. Oh, did I copy it? Play when ready. Best of luck to both competitors. God, this has been an absolute blast. XD CX. Interesting. XD I follow. CX, is that some boomer stuff or is that or some zoomer stuff? Or is that a typo? BBBQ. What's that extra B for? Oh, that's a typo. Only boomers know. Alright, let's see, Petite. Let's see, Matrix. Uh-oh, I see people hitting the bracket. In chat here, maybe getting some spoilers. It's their fault if they look at the bracket. Yeah, I guess we'll give them some time. I mean, maybe these guys got to get a quick bathroom break. Petite just clears head a little. Definitely understandable. Maybe while we're waiting. Ooh, boy, maybe I should just take the quick bathroom break. All right, we'll be back momentarily. Alright, missed nothing. And let's see, have not heard about bans or anything either. All that's still going through Carlado. But yeah, I think, you know, coming into this, I heard a lot of chatter about Matrix. I'm certainly less familiar with the players who play on EU. I see them in Discord, at least some of them, and the chatter there. Okay, I guess I just got added somewhere else. That's cool. But yeah, definitely saw a lot of chatter surrounding Matrix. But because I don't play there, I've never played it myself. But Petite didn't really see any hype about it. You know, you see on EU, he's silver. So I'm guessing he plays on the America server, potentially the Asia server. But, you know, just popping over here for the tournament. Actually, I think he might even be... There's somebody who signed up in both tournaments. It's possible it's him. But I think the pretty clear underdog here. Legend rank 6 versus Silver 6. There's a bit of a gap there. But yeah, both players have played very, very well. So I think it really is anyone's finals. Hopefully I didn't miss any messages while I was gone. Double check that on my other monitor, I guess. You know, just talking, filling the dead air. Yep. Nope, didn't miss anything. Alright, we just chilling. Just chilling, taking a break. Fun to watch chat freak out with the delay. I believe they just saw Petite take it. Yeah, looks like they did. Just saw Petite take it. Move on to the finals. Everyone's sending their love to Blind. Yeah, he did. He did really play well. Yeah, not exactly sure what the holdup is. But hey, we can fill dead air with more of the NA bracket, I guess. Oh, so it's Siveure. Siveure was the person who's doing both, I guess. He's here on NA, so yeah, Petite, I don't know, maybe he just took a break, hasn't been playing this season. Could be a lot of things. Because obviously he's got the cards to play here on EU. But yeah, if you've ever played on NA, you hung out in the Discord, I'm sure a lot of these names stick out to you. Lots of talented players coming up in the next one. I've killed as much time as I possibly can. Ready to go? Alright, not sure. I tried to be more direct that time. I don't know. Apparently you just gotta ask a couple times. No problem. Go nuts. He gets to go nuts. Petite gets to go ahead. Strange. I gotta get that ironed out for the NA one. Change my wording. We're preparing. We're preparing. We're just about there. Again, yes, still... Okay, still nothing on bans or anything like that, but hey, I'll keep an eye out for it from Carlotta. The game you attempt to spectate may be full. Oh, hold on. Let me try again. Might have to go into chat. Oh, never mind. Now we're good. Yeah, there might be a lot of people spectating the finals or something. I don't know if it matters who I do for that. Let's see. Can I still spectate Matrix, or is it going to deny it? Okay. I'll ask in chat. I'll ask on Discord, and... Alright, Petite bans Rogue, Matrix bans Druid. I'll get the deck lists up in a second. Post the same request here in Discord. On the left, Petite with Shaman. On the right, we got Matrix with Warrior. Alright. See if somebody popped out. Okay, interesting. We get early Spellbreaker. Awesome. Card you don't normally see. But definitely makes sense. On the mana side here, preventing the draw. I think definitely a smart move. And really not a lot of other great targets for it. Okay, looks like we do have a Shield Slam. We're gonna try once again. Oh, we almost got it. We almost got his hand. Okay. Yeah, apologies for not being able to spectate just yet. Yeah, going very, very wide here. So let's see, what tools... Oh, I've got blind here on the right. I'm still in the wrong folder. I knew that looked wrong. Jeez. So unprofessional. So yeah, he's only got the one brawl. I didn't think he was running Geddon. Only got the one brawl to deal with a board that goes real wide. I really like this. Gorehowl can get a lot of value in this matchup. I mentioned early, you can literally milk the entire weapon down to a 0-1 and it won't go away. It's possible it's just bugged too. But I guess nobody wants to take responsibility and drop out. But yeah, this is great. Don't drop higher value minions into a brawl. These tiny taunts, things like that, it's fine. It's really going to come down to, though, does Matrix have a brawl? See what he gets off the top here. Looks like he just does not. Now he does have whirlwinds. I don't believe any spell power to aid that. Yeah, I just think overall it's going to be really, really difficult. Generally speaking, Shaman is favored in this matchup. My lord, we'll try again. Alright, so Lightning Storm here. It's going to force just one draw on the Acolyte, and I think this is a really important thing here. Right? Petite has got to know Brawl is the biggest issue. So you really want to make sure he's not able to do something like Whirlwind or Taskmaster it. So let's see. Let's see if Matrix can answer. This might be... He might only have one or two more draws to actually be able to deal with it. Because even if he clears up here with a Brawl, you know, there's a potential draw from Thalnos. We got some bigger bodies here. Direct damage to his face. Alright, able to stall out a bit longer. Yeah, at the moment, Pedice not really threatening all that much damage. So, yeah, not a huge issue at the moment. I actually really like Drake Totem here. Same thing applying. This being able to deal direct damage on top of these, I think it's just so strong. And you just want to milk this hero power as much as possible. Okay, into Mana Tide for more draws. Interesting. Trading off. I don't know if that's a Brawl consideration or what. Like, he does heal the extra health there, which is alright. Does keep a spot open on the board. But I'm not sure if it isn't right to just send all that damage to people's face. Probably not a big deal. I don't think that's going to, you know, decide the match or anything like that. But who knows? Mysterious cards in Matrix in his hand, so might also just have to leave the game and rejoin, see if it is like a Blizzard bug after this. Okay, execute there. Fine, execute target. Yeah, Gorehowl slowly working its way down to 0. This draw, very interesting. Alright, Squire, I think... Wow. I really want to see if he does anything else here. Because this is able to strip all of his armor, which removes like some sort of shield slam potential there. At least without a shield block immediately attached to it. But this is really the decider as to, you know, is Petite going to play this aggressively, try to close it out in the next turn or two? Or did he want to Mana Tide Argent Squire, give more time to get into that brawl? With 12 cards left in the deck, I can definitely see why he's opting to get the Fire Elemental out now. Alright, we'll try one more time. One more. I hate this message popping up, blocking things for you guys. Try to resolve it after this. Yeah, really interested to see what he does here. I believe we've only seen one execute. There's also a Taskmaster BGH potential, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Oh, no, execute, okay. Because, yeah, Matrix does run the BGH. Unless I missed, like, an early tempo BGH in those early moments of the game. Which I don't think I did. How much does he have? 4, 8, 11, 13, 14 damage. Yeah, 14 damage right now, with only 3 on board. What I really love about the Mana Tide is the ability to draw into Doomhammer. Because Doomhammer works with that Rockbiter the turn that he plays it, right? Harrison is not a counter to Doomhammer. There we go. If he's dead before you can play it, right? Even a Brawl here. 5 mana on this board. I'm just gonna rag, and I don't think any targets save him here. See how lucky he is. I'm not sure you're live right now. Yeah. I think that's exactly what we're gonna do. Alright, so victory, game 1. Gonna go to Petite. Unsurprisingly, like I said, I think mid-range Shaman favored in the matchup. That means the deck's gonna be gone. Now let me quickly do this. Please cancel. Okay. We're just right into it. We've got no time. No time to kill. That was the fastest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. We'll still try to spectate. Maybe this game behaves differently. Alright, we'll give it a go afterwards. So still the warrior. Holy crap. Yeah, really, apologies for not being able to see both players' decks. I don't want to bother Matrix during the match, though. Really don't want to throw him off here, so... Here's what I can do. Could you please cancel the match before making another? And then it's ready to go. I can send that message instantly when it ends. Alright, so Miracle here with the Patient Assassin. Once again, I just want to see that card work. And Harrison in the deck of Matrix. Gonna help a lot in this matchup.
I hope you like my invention.
Alright, I like this. I think, yeah, you do want to deny draw on that Acolyte generally. Something like a Taskmaster or a Whirlwind in that situation just favors Matrix so much. But yeah, Novice Engineer does not stack up too well against that Armor Smith, unfortunately. Alright, finally taking some time here. A little bit of time to consider. So turn 4, maybe we're looking at the potential for like Korkrons here. But if you remember before Matrix, yeah, holding on to those Korkrons when he was matched up against rogues that were playing Drake, right? And so it's favorable for him to do it there. But here I think that SI is probably the best target to be able to run it in. We're not quite at that Gadget Sand Conceal mana. Interesting that he does the Novice Engineer over Dagger Up as well. I guess he doesn't need the Deadly Poison just yet. You know, unless he had like a prep and he wanted to prep it, which is not typical. And we're likely to see Gadison Conceal. Dagger Deadly Poison the following turn. Oh no. Gonna hold it. See, that's interesting because we do know that there's a Tink Master in the deck of Matrix, right? But Tink Master is not great in that situation unless he was to kill off his own Armor Smith with Whirlwind. Now there's an empty board. I feel like Tink Master, although you have one more mana to get a bit more draw, I just feel like it's less useful. So I guess what we're seeing here, the last time I called this out a bit, I thought, Pedice is waiting too long, and I thought it was for the Conceal. He was just, just waiting to hit that Conceal. I feel like that's a mistake knowing Harrison's in the deck, but okay. But this time, I think he's just showing, no, you know what? He likes Gadget Sand with tons of mana out there. That's just kind of how he rolls. And yeah, as someone who's not an expert with Miracle Rogue, I certainly haven't played this matchup as much as a lot of other people. You know, maybe he's just entirely correct to do so. It really, really does hurt that he lost that 3-2 weapon, though. Alright, let's see, does Reg do it? I mean, if Reg hits that Gadget Sand, boy, Matrix is so far ahead. But it's still really not that bad. Dropping him to 16. He does have another Conceal, but he's got to do 42 points of damage and somehow clear the board here. Well, let's see. See how he tries to do it. Alright, well, he's starting to get into his burst. But he's only just now starting to get Matrix down to his starting health if he bashes him in the face. I really like this. Not only clearing a large threat, but getting more minions out, knowing that Reg is in hand. A little curious if he leaves the Armor Smith. 8 damage is just so hard to pass up going to face. But of course, Brawl, you know, gets that extra chance, and if Matrix plays another minion out, 2 potential minions to win the Brawl. But this is huge. This is really huge. This is exactly what Petite needs, is to get some bodies with big buffs, right? Edwin and the Cold Blood. We might be looking at Matrix just hoping for a lucky Rag shot here. Boy, I really wish I could see his hand, but hey, the suspense is kind of fun as well. Not ideal for the finals, but hey. Regardless, we still got another game. Even if Petite takes this, remember, this is a best of 5. So we don't have to look at total desperation plays yet. Potentially trying to dig for a Brawl. He's hovering over that card. Okay, we see the Acolyte, see the Whirlwind. Yeah, maybe just trying to generate armor, try to get into a Brawl, not really sure. But, you know, survive long enough to, well, to do whatever he can to mitigate the board. That is 2 Conceals down. So Pedice has the pressure, but he's gotta throw a lot of damage the way of Matrix. So what is he looking at? 21, 22. 18. Plus the eviscerate. Oh, he just kills him. Holy crap. Wow. 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 I mean, again, just looking for that misclick. Alright, the second this is done, he's dead. Let's see. Let's see if he gets the message. Kind of sucks that I gotta do it through Matrix after he just goes down 2-0. Not a huge deal if we can't see his hand after. But I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I cannot do anything. Okay, maybe he's just got his alerts off as well. That's fine. Alright, we got Hunter versus Druid. I'll try one more time. Desperation attempt to spectate here. Yeah, I would not be surprised if it's a blizzard bug, honestly. But maybe he's just so damn popular. Okay, Petite running Hunter. Now, I gotta think, I don't see a lot of mid-range Hunter on ladder. I don't play a lot of it myself. Double Flare is very interesting. Okay, we get the Innervated Yeti. But generally speaking, mid-range does very well against Druids. So, early Innervates can be super difficult to deal with here. I like this Hunter's Mark. But going forward, yeah, very good chance that Petite is just able to spiral things out of control. You know, the dream is to get something like an Animal Companion into a Houndmaster. Alright, the Leok. Leok actually not bad here because it's not easy to kill. Of course, he's not sitting on Houndmaster. He would have the ability to potentially tracking into it and then coin. This is really not the end of the world. I like tracking here. He's probably looking at bow as is. Freezing Trap, generally pretty good against Druid. But there is a decent amount of low curve stuff. And with where they're at right now, I think Freezing Trap might just not get enough value to play. So yeah, I like the Buzzard. I think there's a lot of potential, honestly, for double Buzzard on a turn. And maybe something like double Buzzard. We'll see what he draws. A Croc, an Owl. Just like some sort of desperation draw. Because this hand alone's not going to do it. And it also gives you the option to Buzzard kill command for 5, you know? Yeah, no worries. Whatever happens, happens. It's cool. Okay, so gonna be pretty big to get the charge off of this. I mean, man, Petite really hoping for Unleash the Hounds here. But what about Matrix? What can Matrix do? 6 mana, he's got a lot of stuff to play, but his deck... Okay, yeah, because he's also got to be considering Unleash the Hounds as well. And his deck's just got some real powerful 7s, plus Reg at 8. Yeah, I like this play. This is probably double Buzzard Unleash, yeah. You just draw, you go crazy. You get a million billion cards, but... you don't actually do a whole lot. Right, both these die to swipe very easily. But this hand refill, I mean, this is huge, right? Not surprised to see the swipe. He's down to 12. He can, however, taunt an animal companion, right? You see that wild growth? Prepping for 9 mana, 14 damage. I think it's pretty obviously going to be a taunt. And one of the better ones to roll, right? Better than Huffer for sure. Misha's great there. But no, this is it's a really big swing in the favor of Petite. Like, he hasn't stabilized by any means. Kill command. Oh, kill command. Maybe freezing trap. Boy, it's really hard to say. Yeah, I don't think he freezing trap at the moment. I like the snap jaw. Wow. Wow, yeah, 2 really amazing cards. Even the Owl, very, very good in this matchup. I thought it was highly in favor of Matrix here, and now I'm not so sure. Reg, though. If Reg hits face, there's a good chance you're setting up lethal with swipe. Okay, big hit to remove the taunt. No way to outright win. Freezing trap, though. Freezing trap, actually a big deal here. Right, he's basically got 10 damage if one of the treants gets picked up. Both players just know exactly what they're dealing with. The speed of play really just tells you. Drawn 2 cards here, okay. Again, no ability to taunt. I think you just have to kill command, high main. Pray you don't die, but let's see. 13 cards left in the deck of Matrix. How likely is that? Yeah, we've all been on ladder before. We've all played druids before. Taking his time, though. Not over. 12 damage from the side of Pedice. 18 damage? Boy, is this even an owl? I don't think so. Yeah, quite interesting how he wants to decide to deal with this. I feel like that's correct. Exactly. You clear the board, play the croc, and hero power. Yeah, oh boy, let's see top decks. There's the Force of Nature. Is it Savage Roar off the top? Swipe. Keeper. Yeah, all kinds of ways to deal that damage. Wow. Wow, okay. Glad to see it's not just a sweep here. 2-1, still in the favor of Petite. Druid's out of it now. Druid is out of it. We might see more of that mid-range hunter. And let's think a little. I mean, mid-range hunter versus warrior. Generally another favored matchup. Although Matrix has a deck that I think probably can stack up decently well against it. I might have to take another look if that's what he's playing, and he sure is. Seems that he's quite comfortable with it. So no Geddon generally hurts a lot in these mid-range matchups. But Hunter's a bit different. Hunter doesn't have as many 2 health minions, right? Crocs are 2/3s. Sometimes you're rolling Huffers, but like buffs from the Houndmaster. I think it's really more about your shield slams, your executes, Fiery War Axe, right? Even Spellbreaker does a lot here against something that gets Houndmastered. So I think Matrix has a very reasonable chance to have this go favorably for him. Tracking or Flare? Tracking, generally better, because you're going to get your choice of what you kind of need in the matchup. Honestly, none of these are great, but I gotta think it's a Snapjaw in a longer matchup. Gonna opt for the Croc, though. I take it back. I see why he's going for it. There's a higher chance that there's a Houndmaster target on board for next turn. Which is just going to mean, yeah, in general, it's going to be better. Now, unfortunately here, there is damage on this Croc. Meaning if there's an Execute in the hand of Matrix, this isn't going to go well. But it's a Slam instead, okay. Yeah, he's got this Snapjaw into Flare Houndmaster, but he really needs his top deck or his Flare to get into something a little bigger. I love this hit by Matrix, by the way. That's the kind of thing you see in Arena, but it's really smart. Hit, well, it's still favorable for you, and Hunter just doesn't have a lot of ways to deal 1 damage. It's very, very good for him. Yeah, I think you have to hit the 2-2 here, but Savannah Highmane, the true legendary of Hunter. You love to see it if you're Pedice. Does he get to drop it onto an empty board? Looks like it. Although that preemptive shield block, a lot of times you're trying to milk your hero power. Preemptive shield block could be hinting at the fact that he's got a shield slam. He's ready to see this. With the Spellbreaker, okay. No shield slam, but still very good. And now it's decision time. Letting him pick this back up after a Houndmaster's down, 1 Highmane's down, I think is probably correct. But honestly, kill command on this and trying to pick up something that's a little bigger, I don't think it's the worst play. Alright, Gorehal taking a lot of damage. But I mean, not knowing what's in Petice's hand, I still think it's a decent play. Yeah, there's some burn potential from something like Kill Command. And he's maybe not going to play the Eagle Horn because he's scared of Harrison. I think you got to do it and swing. I think you're in a position where you got to push damage, but I'm pretty sure that's the hesitation for it. But yeah, if Matrix knew what was in Petice's hand, that hit is just... it's a no-brainer. Alright, so not even the option to Deadly Shot. Very effectively here. Things are pretty dead. This is going to be really, really tough. A big part of the draw engine for... you maybe still do that, I'm not sure. Big part of the draw engine is a 2-card combo in Buzzard Unleash, and so there's no way he's top decking anything like that. Nothing to draw 1 more card with the flares down. Or at least 1 flares down. 1 flare, 1 tracking, is that correct? So yeah, I'm not sure the odds that he gets it over 2 turns. And honestly, by that time, it's probably just too late. Matrix into some big threats here. Alright, we haven't seen Alex. Which he might want to save to be more defensive. Yeah, very interesting turn from Matrix. I think that's maybe what he's considering. How aggressive can he be in this position? Versus how defensive does he have to play? What are the possibilities? If he's sitting on double kill command and a beast, that's a lot of damage on 10 mana, right? That's 12 potential damage, and you know that there's more in the deck. So absolutely, it is Alex. Exactly what we're thinking. Yeah, you got an Animal Command, Hunter's Mark. Now, I think the kill command is on the Alex. You hope that Huffer can stay alive. We've at least seen the 1 slam, but very good chance that Huffer's just going bye-bye here. Even if he's forced to hit it, I think really there's 2 draws in the deck that help Petite. That's the Highmane and the Tiger. But there we go, threatening 10. Still got another Korkron in the deck. If that gets hit with a Taskmaster, that could be the game. So here's the Tiger. I'm actually expecting lethal here from Matrix. How deep is he? Well, 12 cards left in his deck. Guess it's not all that surprising that he wouldn't have it. But with that Alex play, it certainly does hint that he had damage. But perhaps some of that damage was just from the 4-2 in BGH. Okay, it's getting the Harrison out, setting up for lethal the following turn. Obviously, he can stay alive, you know, Stranglethorn into the Harrison. Really his only option. Even though he only needs 1 more damage for lethal. Okay, so he did have the Taskmaster. I guess he didn't have the other Kor'kron. Probably right to hold on to the Buzzard, but this is a big deal, right? A win for Matrix with what I would say is probably an unfavorable matchup, right? Generally speaking, mid-range Hunter's gonna do better. And then I believe... Of course, I don't think I heard about bans, but I believe that leaves Mage for Matrix. It does. Alright. And so here's the Mage list. Alright, Cold Light Oracles, Vaporize, Polymorph. This is not your standard freeze mage. Very interesting. No Antonidas. Still has double barrier, double block, which is going to be really hard for Petite to get through. Yeah, I think this game... I think this game is going to come down to Alex. If you look here, there's no heal. There's taunts, but there's no heal in Petite's list. If he goes down to 15, and there's an ice block there, he's pretty much doomed. But if Matrix doesn't get that Alex, with a list like this, it's harder to generate enough burn to outright kill Petite. I guess that's why he's got the Cold Lights in there. It's just guaranteed draw goes, you know, very quickly. Who cares if Petite is drawing more cards? Because it just guarantees that Matrix gets what he wants. Very cool. Now, Buzzard Croc, I think is fine here, right? You're not saving it for Unleash. You're not expecting a board to develop. Single draw and a couple bodies. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Alright, so here's the start of it. Secrets. Now, he does note that there's a Vaporize in the deck, right? So if you're looking at something like Houndmaster, send it face. Really not an obvious play. Eaglehorn Bow's interesting, because you have the potential to also gain charges off of your enemy's secrets. Now let's see. See what he opts to do. He's just risking that it's not Vaporized, and it's not. Okay. Okay. I think that actually might be correct, though. If he plays that 2 passively and hits the 2-2, I don't think he can push enough damage before 9. And look at where we're at now. 17 cards in his deck already. There's the other Cold Light. Like, he's getting so deep in there. 3 more secrets to contest with and Alex. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. He can push 8 this turn, secure something on board. He's keeping up an okay pace, but yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm really not sure about that. There's still Flame Strike, still 2 Blizzards. That deals with this board so well, and I just don't think he can get enough damage here. I'm not sure what he's worried about with those Cold Lights. I'm really not sure what he's worried about with those Cold Lights. Yeah, losing out on 8 damage. Like, sure, you can run them both in and ping or whatever. But he's got double kill command to push some damage. maybe this was the consideration. I mean, in some sense, it works out a bit. Deadly Shot, being able to secure the hit on a Doomsayer. But even then, he had the potential to Hunter's Mark and Kill Command, which I still think is better. You're losing 5 damage, sure, from hand. But that 8 was just so important. Okay, so there isn't an ice block up going into 9 mana. It's actually a bit concerning. You can't just straight up Alex Pedice here and expect to win, right? What are we looking at? 18, 28 damage with kill command. Yeah, he's got to find that ice block. Something, anyway. I think any secret is going to be just fine. Oh my god, though. Just with how slow this is. He knows there's a risk of double kill command. He knows exactly how much damage is there. He can't ping the 4-1 anymore. Okay, a freeze on the Ice Lance. And a secret. Alright. He's just taking his time. When Matrix takes his time, I panic. Oh, but Leroy here. So 12, 16, 18, 28 once again. But whether it's Ice Block or Vaporize or whatever. Okay, so he loses 2. Well, he's only at 9 mana. Can't do all that this turn, but he's got him on his back foot. Yeah, what do you do here? You want to save some spells, for sure. Stranglethorn doesn't die to Flame Strike and can't be pinged. I didn't even see the silence play, but wait a minute. Wait a minute, with silence, was that lethal? Oh boy, now I gotta look back at the... I gotta watch with the delay now. The extra 6, because it was vaporized, he loses the 2. Double kill command, hero power, maybe not. Maybe he was 2 off. Maybe he was 2 off. Either way, very, very interesting.
Let the pain speak to me.
That's it. 10 damage. Nothing Matrix can do. Wow. Wow, I feel like just really unfortunate draws here. Really unfortunate draws. Just no way. You know he's looking for Ice Block. Doesn't get either one. Oh, that's too bad. That is really too bad. Wow. Wow. Hell of a series, though. Hell of a series. Well done to Matrix. Well done to Petite. We haven't planned for any of this. I'm gonna send Petite a message. Well, here. Let me message him in Discord. I'm gonna see if he wants to do a winner's interview. Totally optional. I'm not going to update the bracket right away, just in case anyone goes ahead and refreshes the page or something like that. We'll just wait a second, see what he has to say. No pressure on Petite, but yeah, hell of a match there. You'll love to see that it goes down to game 5 as well. Alright, he's going to do it. 5 minutes. Sure, no problem. Alright, so we'll stall for 5 minutes. I don't know anything about Petite here. I don't even know if I'm going to get his cam, anything like that. Man, yeah, really, really, really good game there. Well, while I'm stalling. Hey, look, the NA tournament. I haven't talked about this before. This is what we got. Let's refresh again. Make sure there's been no updates. You know, there was a 16th player trying to get in there. Yeah, really, really looking forward to this. Let's see, this took about 5 hours. Yeah, not too bad. So we should be blowing through the NA one a lot better. Oh, lots of question marks for the trading, hitting the cold lights. Quite interesting. Oh, chat is brutal sometimes. But, yeah, something to mention, you know, going forward with this, I think the Classic community wants to put on a lot more of these tournaments, right? This comes from the Discord. I'm going to try to link as much in the YouTube comments as possible. If I can remember, put their Discord. I want to have all the players' deck lists available as well. That'll probably be in my Discord. Maybe it makes its way onto YouTube if there's not some crappy character limit. Maybe both, something like that. But going forward, we might have more formats. I saw some chatter about it today. I just love that this webpage does this every 2 seconds. Yeah, I saw some chatter about it today where maybe we want to ban certain cards, certain decks, things like that. You know, do you guys want to see... you always looking to see, what do you call it, Miracle Rogue and Druid and stuff like that. Maybe that's kind of annoying. But at least for the first one, right? True Classic, I think, is what most people were really looking for. You know what? I could probably just hide all this now. Bring back my ugly mug. There we go. Here we are. Look, so cool. While we're waiting for Petite. So, yeah, if you got ideas for things you want to see, like, just voice that in the community. I think everyone's kind of hankering for more of this. I get the impression people are having fun. But yeah, any kind of feedback, you know, get that trashy announcer caster guy out of there. His voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Like, I hear you. Get rid of that guy. But yeah, genuinely anything. Oh, we got Pedice typing here. Just kidding. Ghosted. Gone. No, for real. Just actually nothing. Okay, more stalling. I'm gonna bring up. Oh wait, they're saying it is Miss Lethal. They're saying it is Miss Lethal. Okay, this is where we're at in chat. Yeah, 10:16. No, I just missed it again. But chat's never wrong. They always say perfect. Let's give him a call. Video voice? I don't even know. Let me turn this down. Little background music. Never hurt anyone. We're waiting. Petite. Maybe you see him on stream.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You don't need your cam on or anything like that. I don't know. I hit video call. I don't have anything set up. But
that's fine. I don't have a camera either.
All right. We'll just imagine your beautiful face. Petite, am I saying that right? I've been saying it the whole tournament.
That's perfect. You're one of the first ones to say it correctly. So.
Oh, well, I did something right today, so that's good. Petite, people are freaking out in chat right now. At the end of that game, let's talk through the final here. What were you thinking going into a best of 5 versus Matrix that comes down to the wire?
I was pretty afraid for the best of 5 because I had to play my Hunter, and I'm really bad at playing Hunter. So the only hope I had was that I knew it would win against the Freeze Mage because of the flare into secrets. So,
right.
Plus, just the Snapjaws and the high mains and stuff like that. That's pretty hard to kill for the mage.
Yeah, everything out of flame strike range there. And well, I thought it was very interesting. Going into warrior and that freeze mage matchup. Some that I thought were very favorable, and a couple mid-range lists, right? Which I think were just kind of the kryptonite of Matrix there. Was there anything when you were building your decks, specifically trying to counter with kind of like a tournament meta?
I believe that the best 2 decks was Miracle Rogue and some kind of combo Druid or maybe some Ramp Druid or Taunt Druid. Just because I don't like to play against the Rogue, and every time I do, I lose games I feel like I should have won. So I chose to just ban Rogue every time I could, and then target both just big minions in general. So target Druid and target Handlock.
Okay.
And then my two favorite decks to play in Classic is both Druid and Shaman. And both of them just try to get the board, and I really like that playstyle. And that's also why I'm so bad at Hunter, because you have to do something else than just try to get the board all the time.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, well, I would say your assessment of those two decks being the best, I don't think you say, I think those are the two best decks. I think they are unanimously the two most popular and, perform ridiculously well. So I think it makes sense to have targeted them right off the bat. Now, there was a moment I got to ask you about in that last game. I wasn't sure because it happened late, kind of wondering if you picked up on it. Chat was freaking out, but it's with a 5-minute delay, so who knows. When you silence your own high main there, I wasn't sure if that was a missed lethal at that moment, because I wasn't even accounting for the 6. Chat says it's missed lethal, and as we all know,
if I had
Twitch
lethal,
chats,
I did not see it. I just played it safe. Knew I could get him low on health and make sure to have a lethal next turn. I wasn't counting. I tried to see if there was an easy lethal, but I didn't really see it. So it probably was there. I believe that.
I don't. I never do. Don't ever believe Twitch chat. I won't keep you too much longer, but Petite, first of all, congrats. Really well done. Really well done. Genuinely, I thought you played very well across, every game in the series. But any last words that you want to leave with your new fan base? There's at least 60 people hanging on your every word now.
The only thing I would say is that I haven't really practiced any of these decks. I actually just went to some, as you can see in my rank, I haven't played Classic for quite a while.
Silver 6.
When the Classic servers came out, or the Classic game mode. And then I haven't played it for a while, and my friend Freaks told me about this tournament. And I wanted to be a part of it, but I didn't really have the time to make a lot of decks. I tried to make some fun decks. That's always what I do for tournaments, but I couldn't really come up with anything good. So instead, I just went online, found some of the most best performing decks within the last few months or few weeks, and then I just changed every card in those lists that was or put in the deck in order to beat Rogue. And then I just changed it for a card that could beat Druid instead.
Makes a lot of sense.
And that's also why I had that weird assassin in Rogue.
I loved it, yeah.
I have never tried playing a Rogue deck with it in before, so it worked out fine. I feel like it did a lot that one game, and it was because I thought that normally Fan of Knives kills it against Rogue, so you don't want to play it against that. But with Druids, they have to swipe something in order to kill it, or Handlocks, they have to Hellfire or something. So I feel like they have to do a lot in order to kill it, and they can't just play minions because they primarily have big minions.
Right. Yeah, no, I think the logic makes a lot of sense. Yeah, to summarize, you barely played the game, came together last minute, and kicked everyone's ass. So, pretty impressive. Pretty impressive, yeah. All right, well, thanks for quick interview here, Petite, again.
Thank you for hosting the tournament.
No problem. A lot of other people doing.
I would love to see more of this, and I would like to play a priest deck next time.
Oh man. Well, if you steamroll people with priest, you're gonna have a lot more, a lot more fans coming your way. So, all right. Well, thanks a lot, Petite.
Thank you. Hey.
All right. Well, that's gonna be it for the EU tournament. I'm gonna, I guess, just jump over to my intro screen or whatever. I don't know how ending streams with delays work or whatever, but this will be the end of the YouTube VOD. We've got the NA tournament coming up. It's 3 hours now, and if you're watching on YouTube, it'll be the next video upload. So probably within another day or two after you see this EU tournament. Just because upload times on YouTube are weird and inconsistent as far as processing goes, that kind of stuff. But yeah, again, if you guys are interested in seeing more, share that stuff in the Classic community. I'm going to try to post as much information regarding the tournament, deck lists, and all that kind of stuff as I can, where I can, yada, yada, yada. It was a lot of fun. Appreciate everybody who's here watching. I had an absolute blast, and I got a lot of work to do before this NA one, so we'll call it here, and thank you everyone for watching. hope you stick around or check out the NA tournament, and hopefully there's a lot more of these in the future.